Well, if we didn't love it, we wouldn't do it, right?
Right.
That's how this goes. So, namaste. Welcome to everybody. Hope you're all having an absolutely fantastic testicular. Is that it? Fantasticular? No, that sounds a bit wrong. But anyway, I hope you're all having a fantastic day and enjoying the holiday, whether you call it Easter, whether you call it something else. I can hear my voice in the background. It's more than mildly annoying. Sorry, just let me close that YouTube tab. There we go. That's much better. So we've got a pretty cool conversation here today. As always, I don't think there's anything unusual about that. I think we always have cool conversations. Namaste, Tom Roo. How you doing? Namaste, Gaz. I sent you a message, Gaz, by the way. I don't know if you saw it on the Telegram, because I've connected to you on the Bush Whisperer Speaks 1. That's my spare profile. That's in case like something happens to my first profile and gets lost. So I've still got access to like all of my groups and everything, and my channel where I've got all those books. And yeah, so I just sent you a message to let you know which is the right one. It's at Bush Whisperer on Telegram, people. Heads up. That's where you find me. And that's when you're going to remind me. So welcome to everybody. I hope you're all having a great weekend. Howard, big love. How you doing? We had a cool little bit of a thumb wag on Friday. I don't know if you've seen the rerun. I thought it was a pretty cool little conversation. And big blessings to all of you. We are sitting here ready to rock and roll. Obviously, you guys, everybody here knows Cosmic. But for those of you that are arriving and don't know Cosmic, Cosmic has got a special relationship with the Fae. And he's been working with them for years. They have a communication system. It's like a John Dee without a crystal ball communication system. He's been channeling through them or with them or letting them guide him, shall we say, in facilitating a new system, an occult system of cosmology and a language, an alphabet. And well, there's a lot more to the system, actually. It's sort of like a whole magical system, really. So yeah, for those of you that don't know Cosmic, that's his gig. That's what he's been doing the last, I don't know, several years. He also, prior to that, was embedded within sort of Western egregoric magic, some Vedic systemic elements. I think he was also embedded in chaos. But anyway, without further ado, here is Cosmic, the man himself. Welcome, dear brother.
Well, thanks for the awesome introduction, Franklin. So currently what I've been working on with the Fae is me and Sliz, my teacher, one of the beings that I channel, we've been talking about this concept called the non-quantifiable infinite. It's been really an interesting kind of rabbit hole I've been going on. Another thing that was interesting, I was kind of working with her the other day, talking about that there's no difference between a dream and a story. And the only real difference between a dream and a story is that a story is written down on paper. And because you think about what like a story is, you're taking something that's like a lucid dream while you're awake, and then taking that sort of dream and kind of recording it on a sheet of paper for, you know, other people to experience. And I started to realize that by understanding that there really isn't the distinction between the two, it really has some very interesting metaphysical implications that I've been exploring.
Well, there you go. There's the man, Cosmic. And yeah, I mean, it's quite an exciting day, really, I think, right now, that we find ourselves here sort of in this phase of time where the world is really going through quite a powerful reconfiguration. We've had all these heavy, intense alignments over the course of the last couple of months, fairly significant alignments that don't come around very often, involving 6 planets, 5 planets. And the big planets have been changing houses as well. That's always a time of tumulus acceleration and change. And yeah, so it's really it's a bit of a thrilling time to be alive. I'm going to be honest with you. Let me just adjust this mic and get it optimally. There we go. We don't want it in my way. So yeah, I think like today is going to be like a really beautiful conversation. I've actually prepared. I've prepared an image, people. I know this is going over and above here, because you don't usually see the bush whisperer preparing. Like, I was famous for never studying for my exams at school ever. Like, I wouldn't open a book. My mates would be like, I'd be like, yeah, what are we going to do today? And they're going to, what do you mean, what are we going to do today? We've got an exam tomorrow. I'm going, dudes, I'm going surfing. Aren't you coming? They're like, no, dudes, we can't go surfing. I'm, dude, well, surf's up, dudes. It's your loss, you know? And I'd go surfing, and that would be my gig. And so anyway, Sean, welcome, dear Sean. How are you doing? Namaste. And D-Love, namaste. Gaz, we said hello to Gaz. Namaste to Gaz already. Out tuition, namaste. The star, big blessings. Namaste. Hollow Bone Hawk, lovely as always. Namaste. And who else have we got here? Rob. Hey, Rob, how are you doing? It's been a while. Namaste, man. Hope you're good. Hope the stonemasonry is going well for you. And we've also got, who have we got here? We've got Marak. Namaste, Naraka. Good love. Big love, man. I hope you're thriving. Hope everybody's good. And Salad. Bless up, Salad. So I think, yeah, I hope I haven't missed anybody out. Without any further ado, let's jump into the deep end of the pool.
I think Indy wants an invite in. It sounds like he's in the chat.
Thank you very, very much. I just didn't see him there.
I'm Naraka.
Let me say a few words. We've got Indy Sage in the house. Indy is, well, he's an anthropologist at heart. Being Virgo, the man in his books. He's like, taking a book from Indy is like trying to take weed from a Rastafarian. Expect violence. The man loves his books. He's an anthropologist at heart. He's also, been working with shadow work for numerous years and diving into the Tao cosmology and philosophy, as well as Western Hermetic principles and practices aligned with Western occultism. So he's, like all of us, fingers in all the pies, though I think anthropology is like what he takes to bed with him at night. It's an honor to have you here, dear Indy, and say a few words about yourself, dear brother, for those that are new and don't know you, because everybody knows Indy. He's the guy that doesn't wear a shirt.
Yeah, everybody knows me. I keep going out into town now, and people are like, hey, Indy, how you been? I'm like, oh, do I know you? How do I know you? Oh, my God. But I haven't been going around for a couple years, so I'm just getting to know people again. Just got back from the farmer's market, and I've always been an environmentalist and somewhat of a nutritionist since I was a kid. And I started becoming an ancient philosophical Taoism at age 18. One of my friends that had the same name as me, and I was like, that name squared. I had to choose like a new name. So eventually I acquired the name Indigo so I could differentiate myself between all the other ones with the same name. The most popular name, I think, is probably Mike. But mine's like the second most popular one. So recently I renamed myself Rocco, but I think I'm going to add that as my like middle name now because I really like Indigo the best. I think it really fits me the best. It's really kind of describes what I'm all about. And I'm an Indigo child. I was born in 82. And that was around the beginning of the Indigo children coming into the world. And I was born from the blue rays. My parents were both born in 52, which makes them both dragons. And so I guess I'm the son of the dragons. Also, I have been passionate about ancient mysticism, and I have a bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in philosophy. I love ancient Greek philosophy, and I'm very well versed in Hermeticism, and I'm fascinated by Kabbalah and Sufism, as well as Gnosticism and Essenism, the mystical paths of Abrahamic religions. So I've really got my fingers in a lot of pots. I've delved into occultism a bit, and I've been fascinated by the works of John Dee and his associates, who invented the intelligence agencies, started with MI5, I believe it was. And there's so much going on there. But I've been fascinated by the angels and the sky people, I like to refer to them as, or interdimensional beings, also known as the Fae. I believe that they are one and the same, have different nomenclature in different cultures and societies and ethnicities. But there's always more to learn, and it's said that amongst the starseed people that there are somewhere between 42 and 72 different races of what I consider to be our ancestral peoples, hominids, that created us as a hybrid slave race around 400 or 300,000 years ago. So it'd be a great discussion today to go into some of this deep stuff, and I'm excited to be here, and I'm ready to get into it.
Lovely, dear brother. Always lovely to hear. And I hope my audio is 100%. Let me know in the chat if there's any scratching or any weird sounds. I did change the cable, so it should be pucker. I'm even running it off the USB, so let's see how that goes. So yeah, you mentioned a couple of things you mentioned there, which were quite fun for me to hear. You mentioned Kabbalah, right? And you mentioned Hermetics. And I was working on an image today. I'm going to go and dig up that image just now. We're going to flash it on the screen. It's a wonderful web of correspondences, and it relates to the 9 spheres, the 7 spheres, the sephirot, the chakras. And I've put it into a beautiful, concise way that shows the 3 worlds of the shaman and the particular organs of the soul related to this, as well as the macrocosmic extensions of the etheric plane and the astral plane as two distinct aspects, where the etheric plane is really aligned with our. I suppose this is probably a good place to start. Wow, what is that, dear brother? Is that a T-shirt?
This is my tank top right here. I just got it back from the farmer's market, wearing this on my neck.
Right. Nice.
As above, so below, from Hermeticism.
Cool, man. Cool. Yeah, man. A nice patterning. So, it's probably a good place to start. And this is something that always bugs me. I was listening to a podcast the other day. I had to turn it off because I heard the guy speaking about morality and like the notions that I hear people speaking about when they speak about morality is enough to send me looking for a bucket, right? And I don't like buckets necessarily. I mean, I was looking for a bucket in a way that I was going to fill the bucket with the contents of what I'd eaten. And to me, that's never a good idea because I don't like wasting food, right? Don't like waste of nutrition. So, it's for me, it's like really important that the nature of words are understood and the power of words are grasped, because words are such powerful tools. And when we're using words in a haphazard sort of way, for me, that becomes like a real issue. And, I completely completely do not like when you'll get this sort of generic idea of words being used and people aren't paying attention to the particular words that they're using or what it actually means. And so morality, let's see if I can find it. Okay. Ethics. Where did I save these pictures? I'm sure I saved some images here. Maybe I'll find them just now. Well, what I wanted to show you guys, and let me take a look at this. Maybe I can find it now. Google is very sticky when you try to ethics pi specific word etymological connection. Let's see what it says. If I can find it. They're not giving it to you. You see, there we go. The pi roots to where? So, but they're not giving you a very clear breakdown. I have to go into swear. Pi roots swear. There's actually a better way of writing it. Meaning. Okay. So let's see if I can get a clear sort of idea. So I'm going to share something here with you guys, just to give you an insight into the differences of the word ethics and the differences of the word morality, right? Now, people say, oh, well, the words morality and the word ethics, both, they come from like different languages, right? Yes and no, right? And we know ethics comes from Greek, but it also comes previously to Greek from the Pi language group, the Proto-Indo-European group of languages. And from the same language group, we get the word morality, and they come from different roots. It's really important to understand the differences, because if we don't understand the differences, then we're going to be using the word moral when we mean ethics, and we're going to use the word ethics when we mean morals. And that's not particularly productive, you know. So when we look at this, right, when we look at the word, so this is the root for the word, just to be clear with you so that you understand I'm not making this stuff up. When we look at the word ethics, right, they're going to tell us that ethics is the study of morals. Okay, this is where the nonsense started. I suppose ethics is the study of morals. That is true, because morals are a disposition that we have, but ethics is something that we learn. It's a difference of process. And so they show us here that the pi root is this, but there's another way of writing that, and I had it here. Swear. You don't have to have those brackets there. It's swear anyway. When you go and you take a look at this particular root word, right, and what it seems to relate to is own, apart, separate, right, and it relates to what is mine, right, and it's a reflexive pronoun, su, right, and the denoting of the word is for separating things out, right, and it's really important to understand that the roots of this is from, so it has a lot to do with, for example, ethics. Coming from the root means that it has got to do with me separating my choices and my actions from my innate responses. So ethics has got to do with me ruling over myself, right? It's a very clear distinction. I know what is ethically correct, and because I know what is ethically correct, I'm going to do the right thing. Even though my instincts are to do that action, I know that action's not right, so I will not allow myself, so I will separate myself from my desires, I will separate myself from my passions, and I will do what's ethically correct. Ethics, meaning Yeah, people, smash some hearts and smash likes and put those funny little heart things all over the screen, and share and do all those cool things, and put comments in the actual video after the video. It helps the world see the video. So this is ethics. Now, morality is something very different. Morality is related to mood. The word for mood and the word for morals come from the same root. They come from the same Indo-European root of the word. It has to do with your instincts, your instinctive. If you have high morals and good morals, you wouldn't even think of stealing because it wouldn't cross your mind. Your high morals, you would rather want to give someone to somebody, and you wouldn't even think about it. You would have done it before you even thought about it. That's morals. It's your natural proclivities. Ethics, you thought of stealing something, but you decided, no, I'm not a thief. I'm not going to behave like that. I will separate myself from that. I will deny that, and I will take responsibility for what I do. So ethics has got a lot to do with taking personal responsibility for how I regulate myself. Morality has got to do with the natural proclivities that I have. Morality comes from conditioning, and it's of an emotional character. It's an innate response. It's our astral energies finding an externalization. Ethics, the opposite. It's an etheric. You see, even the word eth with etheric, there's no accident here. It's an internalization. I am projecting my will into myself and deciding how I will behave, rather than just allowing myself to express my natural proclivities. So there's a big difference between ethics and morality. And the reason I wanted to make this very clear distinction is because we're going to be talking about ethics and morality when we're talking about, the divine world of occult correspondences, because I think the divine element is important, and the vibrations that we align ourselves with. There are certain things that will change our morals, and there are certain things that will change our ethics, right? We can, for example, if you read a book, and this book is a book about ethics, you might be inspired by somebody else's perspective of this is a good way to live, and you might start inducting these ideas and projecting them into oneself and starting to adopt them as an ideology. So the word ideology, this is a set of ethical procedures or ethical ideas that are put onto a framework for how to behave. So ideology and ethics are fundamentally connected. However, ideology has absolutely nothing to do with morality, right? Morality, though, is affected by emotional tones. So the people that I associate with will affect my morality, not directly, but indirectly, right? If I associate with dishonest people, emotionally, I will become open to the feeling of dishonesty because of the telepathic bond that I have with these people. And so this is why, as children, our parents try and not have us associate with people that they consider toxic or unhealthy or dangerous or bad, because we can take on moral imprints from the people we associate with. Ethics, what we learn in school will affect our ethics to a greater degree. So there are different factors of correspondences between morals and ethics, you could say. The ethical correspondences are related to the mind, related to the logos-based intelligence, the intellect, learning, ideas, being inspired by thoughts, words. The morals would be when you walk down a road and you see somebody doing a selfless act and it moves you to tears. Now your morals are taking on a vibrational shift. It's a very profoundly different effect. When you notice somebody doing something for someone else and you see that and you think, wow, that's so beautiful, that human being is taking the time to do something for a different human being and they're not getting anything out of it for themselves. It's not a mental process of you thinking, wow, that's really cool. That might be happening, but we're talking about the underlying emotional current. And so the emotional vibrational field is wired in to our morals, and the mental vibrational field, the thought-based thought current, is wired into our, and by thought I mean logical, sensible thoughts wired into our ethical infrastructure. And this produces a certain polarity between our movement through life. And based upon these two principles, we are going to attune ourselves with different sets of correspondences in life that are going to affect us, and we will change in life. We will either become better human beings, in other words, more wholesome, more open, more compassionate and empathetic, or we will become more closed, more cold, more distant, more separated. Ethics is a very dangerous thing. I don't know. What do you guys think about the dangers of ethics? Is it just me?
I think the issue here is in how the actual language is structured. Like what I notice with the English language in general is that there's a lot of like similar terms that they kind of mean the same thing. So for example, it's like if you want to justify something immoral, you'll use an ethical argument to justify it. Likewise, if you want to justify something that's unethical, you'll use a moral argument to justify the unethical thing. So the idea is you can take these two ideas, and when somebody calls you out and says you're not being moral, they says, well, I'm not being moral, I'm being ethical. And they switch it around, they're like, and they confuse you, right? So to me, I feel like, I wonder if there really isn't even a purpose in making the distinction between morality and ethics, because it doesn't seem to be a distinction that creates a better understanding of the moral landscape. It to me just seems like a device that, the powers that be use to sort of confuse us, right? Because I think you see this every day, like, with the kind of the moral ethical confusion. And I just kind of feel like if you kind of just take these two concepts and sort of combine them together, I feel like there would be a lot less confusion. We could be a lot more direct with what we say. Because I think one of the problems with language, and particularly the English language, is that there's so many little like loopholes and tricks and like deceptive little word changes and stuff and word game manipulation that can be played. And I think that if we want to have better language, I think the emphasis should be direct language, so that when you hear a word and you hear a term, everybody knows what it means. There's not this, people aren't like endlessly debating upon, what the terms mean. Because I think, and sometimes in those debates on deciding whether something is ethical or moral or not, it's like, action isn't being taken place to deal with the moral or ethical dilemma that's happening in the first place. So I think that one of the problems with language, and I think the strategy that we have to think about with, fixing the language problem, is that there needs to be more of a simplification and a coherence in language, in a sense where it's like distinctions are used to help make an idea easier to understand rather than making distinctions that are confusing. But I think likewise, you can kind of combine two ideas, and that also creates a kind of confusion because you're just kind of creating this sort of, stew of nonsense. So when I look at that dynamic between morality and ethic, I feel like we first need to kind of get rid of the kind of the word like trap game, the kind of the word labyrinth puzzle that we're trapped in by kind of trying to figure out how to distinguish in between morality and what's moral and what's ethical. And we're just like, we're not even thinking about what's doing right, So I think that like figuring out, getting to simple language and not having everything, be confusing, say like, when I mean this, I mean this. There's no, alternate interpretations of these words. And, there's no alternate meaning, so that, I understand that when I have a concept and you say the concept, that we both have a mutual understanding as to what it means. And I think that the powers that be, they see that there's a lot of confusion in language, that people have different sort of conceptions of what words mean, and they use that to their advantage to get inside people's heads. So that's what I would say about morality and ethics, that I don't know if the distinction itself is actually helpful, and it seems to actually create a lot of confusion around the subject matter rather than helping us to really understand it better.
You know, I understand your feelings, and I appreciate that, but I think the confusion is because people don't understand. That's actually, to me, the problem. I'll give you an example. I often hear people having a conversation about God, right? And I laugh. 5 people, 1 room, 1 conversation. They're using the same word God, but when John thinks of God, he means XYZ. When Sam thinks of God, she means PQM. When Paul thinks of God, he's talking about ABC. When Justin speaks of God, he's talking about POR. And so each person is speaking about a different concept, and they're using the same word ignorantly, in my mind, mindlessly, stupidly. And they all think that they know what each other means, but they don't. And so I'm the guy in the conversation that goes, hold on, John, what do you mean when you say God? And John's like, well, I don't know. God, I'm like, well, what is it? Turns out John doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, that's interesting. Then I say, Sam, what do you mean by God? Sam says what Sam thinks about God. Now Peter says, well, that's not what I see as God. I think God is something else. Now you've got a whole conversation where everybody realizes they've been having a 30-minute conversation about God, and they haven't even been talking about the same thing. One guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. Other people are talking about completely polarized ideas, but they're using one word for the ideas. And I think that's dangerous. I think that creates it creates a false sense of understanding. And I think that false sense of understanding breeds ignorance, because one thinks one knows and understands what one says and means, but one doesn't. One thinks other people know and understand what we mean when we use words, but they don't, because we each have our own ideas of words. And I don't think this is an accident. I think this is by design. I think this is part of the the Dukes planned this. I think it's part of the story of the Tower of Babel. I don't think the Tower of Babel was something that happened in the past. I think the Tower of Babel is something that's happening right now. I think our language is being robbed. We're being robbed of our language. It's being stolen from us. I think our language is being broken down strategically in the schools and the education systems, so that the children will become more ignorant and less able to have real conversations in the future, because they will think that it doesn't matter what the meanings of the words are. Let's just use them. So what if we all think they mean different things? We can still talk about it. And it's like, everybody's talking about a cow, and like, but they're not. This one's talking about a goat. He thinks he's talking about a cow. That one's talking about a chicken. This one's saying, I put a chicken in the boot of my car, or I put a cow in the boot of my car. The other one's like, you can't put a cow in the boot of your car. You can't do it. Oh, yeah, no, I did it. You see this kind of confusion. It's like, if you're talking about chickens, you're talking about chickens. If you're talking about cows, you're talking about cows. And I think that on a real deep occult level, the vibrations of sounds matter. I think like when you use a word, there's a vibrational field that you generate. And that's an oscillating cymatic rhythm, vibrational field that it's of frequencies that moves out through the cosmos from your mouth. And that resonance travels through your body. It travels through your hormonal system, through your nervous system, your bones, through every aspect. It recharges through cymatic interactions. The thought currents around your body has effects on the electromagnetic frequencies of your body. And if you are using a word and your mental frequency doesn't match the sound frequency, it produces dissonance in the consciousness. And I think the more that people use words and have not the correct mental vibration, I'll give you an example. It's sort of like, imagine you are wearing a pair of gloves, but you're wearing a pair of gloves 2 sizes too big, or 3 sizes too big. Or you're wearing a pair of shoes 4 or 5 sizes too big, and you're trying to run, and you keep falling down on the floor because you can't run properly, right? It's because you're wearing a pair of shoes 4 sizes too big. There's dissonance, right? Your feet can't move properly because the shoes are too big. And I think it's the same kind of element of dissonance that happens between mind and body when the vibrations and the sounds that we produce do not match the thought currents that we think we are speaking. And I think that is why you mentioned that these people play games with words, right? And Cosmic, that they will, the reason they do that is because they have been programming their energetic bodies to be in a state of dissonance. And so the dissonance between their mind and their physical body is so great that they are no longer able to correlate that there's dissonance. And so all they are doing when they're in conversations is they're acting out the dissonance, right? They're acting out the inharmonial frequencies. And because in their natural flow, it's okay for them to mangle their words and mangle their thoughts and just mangle them and rub them against each other. They don't have to make perfect sense. They don't have to synchronize. So when they're in a conversation with another person, they do what they do in their microcosm to themselves with their own behavior patterns on a macrocosmic level with the other people. And that produces this kind of conversation. And personally, Cosmic, people like that, I won't even waste my time talking to them. I'll be like, it's okay, fine. I'd rather talk to somebody that's like interested in having a real conversation. Because like, to me, it's this is got to do with what we're talking about here, the field of correspondences. If this person is on that frequency, you will end up throwing your pearls before swine. And now we go like, what is this term, throwing pearls before swine? What does this mean? I think this means that when you're putting out a vibrational field and the correspondences are not responding, right? Instead of there being a correspondence of thought and sharing of information between you and another human being, that they put up a block on a wall and your energy current has to now battle against the wall. And it's sort of like if you offer someone a glass of water and they just throw the water on the floor. If you don't have a lot of water, you'll be, well, that was a waste of water. I won't do that again, right? That's the same idea with information and sharing. If you're sharing that energy, it should be flowing and there should be a point to it. If there isn't a point to it, it becomes something that then bounces back on you. And it creates a sensation of uncomfortableness because it didn't find its point. And there's a recognition that it was energy not carefully and correctly used. So for me, I think it's like really important, if we're going to look at the magical correspondences of the universe, to start with the correspondences between sound and words. And maybe, do you think, Cosmic, that that it's important, the correspondence between the way a word sounds and what it means? Like when you're talking about the magical language that you're creating, how do the Fae see that? Do they think it's relevant and important?
Well, they do see it's relevant and important, but there's multiple factors you have to consider here, because there is the sound in terms of the sort of the resonance, in and of itself, right? But there's also the resonance in terms of the user. Now, because if you think about it, certain languages and certain tones are going to have different effects on different people. So there's also the aspect of, does it resonate, just in general in its own coherence, but also does it resonate with the person's sort of internal landscape? So there's multiple harmonic dimensions to consider, when talking about it, like in terms of like, sound and vibration, because it's like, I think of it like this. So it's like, you think of the vibration of a word as being like a sort of like a musical key, right? And there's a coherence and a sense of correspondence in and of itself, in the sense that the melody is playing along with the key that it's supposedly in. But you also have to think that from a perspective, you yourself as the individual also have a musical key that you play in, and that musical key may be in dissonance with the musical key of the idea, word, or concept that you're essentially thinking about from a magical perspective. So if you think about it, for example, like the Hebrew language is probably going to have a much deeper impact on somebody who's, lived in a Jewish household, lived a Jewish life, and, lived in that culture versus someone who maybe grew up in Hindu culture, for example, grew up in India, and they would probably have a much deeper emotional and intellectual connection with Sanskrit words as opposed to Hebrew words, because that's something that's sort of orthogonal to them. So I think you're right in the sense that words should make sense in their correspondence when we're just talking about like language, like, morality and ethics, for example, being able to sort of make the distinction between the words to talk about very specific parameters of things. But I think when we start getting into that more occult and magical territory, it's not that I think it's completely subjective. It's just I think that there's an additional harmonic dimension to consider when we're talking about magic and individuals and how these vibrations impact us on a more, subjective and sort of emotional internal level. Because like you think about it's like, I think when it comes to words, it's like anything in life, like you develop certain calluses. For example, if you're somebody who walks around barefoot all the time, you're going to have a much easier time, walking across a paved street than somebody who doesn't walk barefoot on a regular basis. Because if you want to walk barefoot outside, you have to kind of toughen up your feet and callus yourself up. Likewise with swearing, as a person like me, I have no problem, if somebody drops a swear word or says naughty language. It's just like a duck, off of water with me. That vibration doesn't affect me. But there are some people who they take offense to swear words, and that does have a deep and emotional impact on them because they don't have the same sort of resistance to, certain frequencies and energies and stuff like that. So I would say that, to answer your question, Franklin, it's yes, but also this other complicated stuff that's going on. So it's like there is the correspondence between the word, but there's also the correspondence between the individual using the word. Because you think about it's important that the symbol corresponds with the meaning that is attributed to said symbol in a way that seems to make intuitive orthogonal sense. But at the same time, I think that certain people have certain connections to certain languages. They have certain emotional frequencies. Like if you grow up around a certain language, you're going to have a much more, because you think about it, if you don't know what the word I love you means in a certain language, it's not going to have the same impact if you do know that it means I love you, for example. You might be able to intuit it. You might be able to kind of psychically and telepathically understand that it means I love you, but you probably would still have a deeper and more clear understanding if the person actually literally told it to you. So yeah, I don't know. I could go off on a lot of different tangents in regards to this question, Franklin, but that's kind of the way I look at it.
I have a question about this. Would you say, Franklin, that ethics refers more to a collective understanding, whereas morality is a personal choice?
That's a good question.
I think that ethics tends to. Here's what I think. I think they both can refer to collective and personal, but the reason ethics is maybe more functionally interpersonal is because it's an idea. And ideas can be more easily shared than emotions. People don't tend to speak about their deep feelings, right? As in general, as much as they do about their ideas and their thoughts and their beliefs. So we're you can, meet someone you don't know from a bar of soap and they'll tell you what they think and what they believe, right? But they won't necessarily tell you about their deepest feelings, what their deepest motivations are. So because of the nature of society, it just happens to be that we're ethically heavy and morally light in a collective setting. But I think both have a place. I'll give you an example. For example, if you go to Sri Lanka, right, it's not unusual to see a group of people running after dogs, stoning the dog till the dog's not alive, right? Now, as a Westerner, that's a moral shock, right? When I first saw it, I wanted to get involved. I was stopping these people. I was like grabbing them and saying, hey, what are you doing? Stop this. And everybody, all the women in the village came to me and said, no, they must do this. And she was pointing at the children. And she was saying to me, the dog's got rabies. I was like, oh, wow. Okay. It's not something people, it's a natural instinct, right? It's a protective instinct of family. It's like, oh, there's children around. It's a crowded place. There's a dog with rabies. Without thinking about it, everybody just starts unaliving the dog. In the West, we don't have that condition, so we don't feel that way. We don't know what it feels like to have a dog with rabies walking through a crowded place where there's children. Does that make sense? So our emotions are differently tuned.
Yeah, well said. Personally, I've more been involved with moral understanding. In ethics, I did take a ethics of business class in my undergrad when I was studying. I was studying chemical engineering technology at the time, and I really kind of was drawn away from ethics because to me it felt like an imposition of like laws that are like established that you have to follow. And for me, that doesn't really resonate with me so much. Whereas like the moral fiber that people have has more to do with their personal principles to me. But I'm sure there's a crossover and like a Venn diagram that you could create with both of these where they totally merge in many ways. But as far as moral understanding, for me, it has been a wonderful guidance to hear people and teachers tell me that when one is trying to discern as to how one shall live their life, one might be able to be behooved by taking the middle path of integrating complementary aspects of things that have been shared with them, that have been learned. And we oftentimes can feel divided with like we have to take one side or the other. But when we can take a path that is unified and balanced in harmony, in which we can kind of choose to take diligent moral action according to our own principles that are in line with the environment and the interpersonal relationships and in that environment. Sometimes we have to alter the ways that we perform or take action or express ourselves in the world to be able to be in line with the people that we're around. And so I found that like some people have different ways about going about this. They can be always the same way, no matter who they're with. They can be completely different depending on who they're with, or somewhere in the middle. And so my Mayan horoscope is resonant or reflecting white mirror. And so in a lot of ways, I'm a mirror to the environment and the people that I'm around. And in that way, I think that it's kind of a subconscious process for me, but it can kind of like really help me not step on people's toes that I'm with. But I've heard recently that emotional distress and damage to the emotional body can be caused gravely by trying to be fake and trying to intentionally not be who you are in order to impress other people or to because you're scared to upset other people. And so I've never had any issues with this because for me, it's more of a subconscious process. I'm not trying to intentionally take on different personas. They just kind of manifest themselves. And it's kind of interesting to see me how I unfold in different environments. Like I can sometimes have like a thick Boston accent. Sometimes I have like kind of a Southern accent. And it's just like depending on who I'm talking to at the time. And I can go from one to the next, like from one room to another, and even in the same room. So it's been very interesting for me to see this stuff unfolds as I become more aware of it. But I know that diligent moral action for me has always been my choice of principles to take. And it might have something to do with my horoscope as a Virgo, which is thought to be embodied by innocence. And so for me, it's always felt right to do what's best for one and all, not just what's good for me at the expense of others, or what's good for others at the expense of the self, which usually people are divided on and on one extreme of. But rarely do we see people that are interested in doing what's best for one and all. It takes a lot of coordination to be able to really even be able to gather like how that will be developed. Because you have to have a deeper understanding of what's the values of the others will be. But there's always, to me, like a universal understanding that consideration and listening is part of understanding others. So if we just assume things, that can lead to the good intentions that could pave the road to hell. But when we start to really listen or observe, we can start to understand things better. For me, I've always had what's considered to be claircognizance. So I have an intuitive understanding of what's right for other people when I see them, when I hear their voice, or when I see them in person. Now, when I see people on a screen, or if I hear their voice on a phone, it doesn't give me the same understanding of claircognizance that I can be more understanding of them as it would as if when I'm there in person with them. Which makes me think that it's more of an interplay of maybe the heart field, their auric field is bombarding upon my auric field, and I'm able to somehow subconsciously integrate with that. And by doing so, it gives me a kind of a tuning to understand what I'm working with. What kind of level are they on? So it's kind of a tangent, but I feel like as far as ethics go, I feel like ethics to me is like an imposition of like what the rules or laws of man that you're supposed to follow that don't really to me align with universal law of like what is right according to nature, what is right according to the way the universe operates that cannot be broken. It's just a natural way of things. That's just my personal take on it.
I think when it comes to morality and ethics, it's not that I'm completely against morality and ethics. I mean, I've kind of realized that I think my disposition on life is a kind of a chaotic, neutral sort of position. What I don't like is this idea that you take a concept of morality, ethics, you write it down on a piece of paper, and that's what morality and ethics are for all eternity. I don't like that aspect of it. I think that in a sense that morality and ethics are like, they're like habits in the sense that they're somewhat contingent upon the situation. Because I think like you look at a lot of these religious texts, they had a lot of, they didn't have moral or ethical answers or questions to a lot of the things that we're, dealing with in the modern world. And I think that, if morality and ethics has a chance to update, but I also understand the pushback to this argument that if there's no coherence, and if nobody, that we can just start changing the rules willy-nilly, and that there's no coherence and everything is just constantly changing, that's for certain. But to me, that I feel like when it comes to our understanding of the universe, I always approach life as if it's a mystery, and that I don't necessarily understand everything that's happening and everything that's going on in the universe. And I think when it comes to morality and ethics, I think that it's important to, have your own. I think morality and ethics, it's like there's some variance of flexibility in them. They're not as strict and as rigid as I think a lot of religion essentially, makes it out to be. Because I think that there has to be a certain morality has to have an ability to adapt and change to its environment. And I think the problem with like religion sometimes is that while it can be very strong in its structure and very firm and rigid, it also sort of lacks a sort of a fluidic flexibility for in terms of changing into different modes of being. Because a lot of times we get thrown into different new moral quandaries and new moral systems. I don't think some of these books and texts necessarily have all the answers to them, and that we as mystics, magicians, occultists, scientists, whatever individuals in the world do have to kind of figure these things out, trial and error to a certain extent. Now, that's not to say that we need to, discount all of the information, wisdom and, evidence and stories of our ancient forefathers and past. Obviously, that's valuable, information. But I think we have to not be so dogmatic about it that when we realize that something is wrong and that there's a contradiction, that we stick with it no matter what. To me, in my life, I don't really have any more patience for things that like are sort of deliberate contradictions, or ask you to believe in something without evidence, without any kind of confirmation, or any kind of, or even without any kind of personal gnosis. Not even that dimension is essentially allowed. So I don't know, like I just don't really try to like, it's like I think that there are morality and ethics. I just don't think that it's this institutionalized, formalized thing. When I think about the spiritual world, I don't think the Fae have definitely changed my perspective about how the spirit world works and how the astral world works. And that I do think that there is order and coherence to it, but I think ultimately the overall sort of spiritual world that we exist in is wild. In the same way that if you look at your Earth, that there's a lot of like areas that are wild, that are jungles, or the deep ocean abyss. But then there's also some cities in between, where there's civilization and rules and coherence. And I think the spiritual world is like that too, where there's areas of the spiritual world where there's gods and beings and so forth. But then there's also this area of kind of like international waters where it's just sort of like anything goes. It's not necessarily good or bad. So when it comes to questions of morality and ethics, I look at it more as a kind of a trial by error, figure out how things are going on sort of as you're going along. Because I think the problem is that when you think you have a complete understanding of what morality and ethics are, you are then unable to change those standards if something is essentially proven to be unethical or immoral or wrong. Because when it comes to people who are evil in this world, like the actual really dark, malevolent powers that be, evil people are not how they're portrayed in movies often. The way that people like villains and, evil people are portrayed in movies and books is that they always are just kind of evil for the sake of being evil. They do that. They're like, I want to, destroy the world because I'm evil and, I'm bad or whatever. But oftentimes, if you look at all these, all kinds of, dictators, cult leaders, serial killers, you name it, just all the worst of the worst in the world, they always try to come up with some kind of moral justification for what they do, or some kind of like philosophical justification that, maybe there are no morals, so I can do whatever I want, or, something that the world owes me and I'm a messenger of God, so it's okay when I do it. And I think, to me, what I'm asking for, or what I'm interested, is a kind of spiritual quarantine where it's like you get away from humanity, you get away from civilization and society, you just, you go out into the woods and you just kind of just look at yourself in the raw data of what you're dealing with, your feelings, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, and you try to come up with your own intuitive understanding. You have your own trusted sense of intuition, that so that when you look at ethical systems like religion, you have something to test it against. You have something, a sense of like where you can say, oh, this religion has something bad in it or problematic or cult-like. And because I have an understanding of what, morality and ethic is in just a purely intuitive sense, I have the courage to step back and say, no, this is wrong and this is unethical. But I think the problem in our society is that we haven't learned how to engage with that sort of moral intuition on our own right, and that we trust the moral intuition of priests, teachers, parents, scientists, and we sort of trust their intuition as opposed to trusting our intuition. And all that people have to trust is that ideological doctrine that's sort of been put in front of their face. So yeah, that's what I would say on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation in itself. And now I've got a little dog crying at the door. He's gonna have to wait. That little Pekingese is ridiculous. He's like, he gets there, he's like, he wants to go out, and he wants to go in, then he wants to go out. And he'll cry and cry because he wants it all now. He reminds me of my son's mother. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. Patience, Daniel's son, grasshopper. So yeah, I think it's a good point to start moving into looking at correspondences more closely. And like, so the first correspondence, I think, is a correspondence between sound and thought. And then the correspondence between sounds and feelings. And you mentioned an interesting thing, Cosmic. You said that you might have a better defense, and I'm paraphrasing you, probably resistance, I think was the word you used. Maybe it's a better word to, for example, swearing. And I've noticed that swearing is a disease. Yeah, it's a disease. Like, if I hang around with people that swear more, I'll start swearing. Interesting. It's an unconscious thing. I just like we tend to, when we're speaking to people, we tend to want to speak to them in a way that they will understand us best. I think it's a natural sort of communication thing that we have as humans. So we tend to want to use the kind of words that we know that people are going to understand exactly what we mean. And that produces like the best result for getting the idea we want to share across. So if you're with a group of people that swear, you might unconsciously swear out of an instinct, just knowing that if I say that word now, they're going to know exactly what I mean. Now, here's the thing about swearing. For example, there's the K word, right? Where you say to someone, you're a cunt, right? Say it in the Scottish way or whatever. Yeah. So that word has actual specific resonance. It has specific feeling. It has egregoric value. It has egregoric presence. It's been charged with thought energy over millennia. And the way it's been used is carries the resonance of history in it. So, for example, when you use that word in a derogatory sense, let's say you call someone a KUNT, let's get it right. So, then what are you actually saying? You're speaking about the source of your own kundalini. I want us to think about this for a moment, right? And we're negatively charging emotion with negative intent, with words that are trying to be hurtful towards another human being, using what is a sacred word, right? Comes from Bij syllables. It comes from close root to words, which means it's part of a mantra building set, because the original roots of words is how we can wield the power of words easily if we wish to change consciousness in ourselves or in others for healing or whatever that is. And so just an example of one word, right? We use that word, we don't think, and we might think, oh, I've got a resistance to that word, but the word still carries a vibration. The vibration of that word still is what it is, right? And that word, because of its meaning, it's intrinsically connecting to our deep sexual energy currents. I've noticed, for example, with the F word, people that say the F word a lot, they tend to have repressed emotions with regards to sexuality. I've just observed this throughout my whole life. And I've observed that when I say that word more often, it has an effect on the way I feel about sex. It's interesting. It's very subtle. If you're not really paying attention, really watching yourself in a fully yogic way, it will go right past you. So when you say you have resistance to it, it makes me think like, Sort of the way an alcoholic has resistance to alcohol, right? Alcoholics have resistance. They can drink a lot of booze and it doesn't affect them. But that's because their livers are so poisoned by the booze that their bodies are no longer trying to protect them. So do you think that there's something to what I'm saying here, that reaction, that resistance is possibly the spiritual psychic immune system trying to protect the psychic awareness from the vibrational field and frequency and thought current represented by that word, and how that word, for example, taps into sexual energy? And notice most of the swear words that we say are related to sexual energy. The fuck word, the cunt word, right? When men insult other men, they call him a pussy, right? Right? When someone wants to insult someone, they call him a dickhead, right? Or they call him a prick, right? These are all words that are relating to sexual organs. And isn't it interesting that most of our curse words are related to sexuality? And what does that mean about the deep current of our kundalini and the way in which words are expressing this potential power to create? And by create, I mean obviously create children, but also to create changes in the world magically. And before I leave it at that, I want to say welcome. We've got Zerilat joining us here. Big love and big blessings to Zerilat. Zerilat is a rune guy. He works with the Norse and the Germanic tradition and the runes and the occult. Obviously, he's a magus from that particular path. It's a very natural shamanic path in a sense. He's also a researcher and a podcaster. He's spent a lot of time looking into the root of a lot of the culture as well in Europe, the book saga, as well as he does some reading. He's been reading some books. Go check out his channel. He's been doing some book readings as well, which is quite exciting. Big love. It's an honor to have you here with us, Zerilad. Namaste.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can hear you good.
Okay, good. I'm on my headset for the moment. I'm making breakfast. After breakfast, I'll go native. All right.
Sweet. So what do you guys think about what I was saying there about how most curse words happen to be related to sexual energy, and how when we say those words, they're like mantra power words that affect our own sexual energy when we say them to other people in subtle ways that we might not be aware of? What do you think?
I think there's a dual aspect to it because, curse words are taboo and sexual words are also taboo. So when you combine them together, it's like a double taboo. So people are like, stepping into the forbidden double time. So it's like if you're the double forbidden, it's like you're extra bad, right? So that's my take on it at first take. You guys got anything else on it?
I think that there is a kind of a seeing of somebody's unconscious phallic nature that is bothering you, right? Because maybe it might be a dark mirror on yourself or something like that, or other reasons. Not necessarily. I have my own reasons why I drop all of the words. But I do think that there is something to it, because it's like, because that kind of rhetoric is placed under hostility, there's a primordial relationship between sex and war. The way that you flirt with war. There's a deep relationship, which is why all of our weapons are akin to our penises, right? So this is about reminding you on a certain level. It's just like, are you capable of owning up to what these words mean? Because naturally, if I call a guy a cunt, It means something, it comes off different than when I'm calling a girl that, in the similar context outside of the gender itself as the variable factor.
Yeah, totally. I completely, I think there is a very powerful shift when we start to call a man that. It's like,
Yeah.
I
mean, like,
in,
what do you say before you fight somebody? Fuck you. And then I throw my fist at your face. What's your face? An orifice. It's a vagina. My fist is a penis trying to break your vagina open via the jaw.
yeah, you know, um, there was this guy who was talking a lot of nonsense, and I was teasing him, in an occult group, earlier today, and that's what's got me thinking about this. And I renamed him. I do this sometimes. If people are full of crap, I'll rename them. I'll give them nicknames. And I renamed him. It was quite funny. And it basically it's like it's turning him into a homosexual somehow. And like people started laughing and calling him this name because they thought it was funny. Because look, this guy is like full of crap. He's got the stories, keeps going on about the you know, everybody's penises and everybody this. And I was like, dude, you're talking about everybody's penises. You must be like homophobic, dude. You get back in the closet. And so I took his name and I added the word gay onto his name, and I gave him a new nickname with the word gay in his name. And it was funny. So now everybody's calling him this name. And I thought, like, that's like really cheeky of me. But like it is a way that how like if someone's getting ahead of themselves, you shut them down a little, right? Like there's too much, this bloke's getting too like much out of himself with masculine force. It's like, tone it down a bit, dude. You know? Like, so I can see there's this polarity. But it's just interesting how the emotions, like for me, I find like the words, when I use them, they affect me. Like it's better for me not to use the words. I find for myself personally, if I swear, like I can be much more clever and intelligent, and use other words in a very clever and like naughty and cheeky way to make the situation quite funny. If does that make sense? The moment I like swear at someone, then it becomes different. Like the humor is gone in a way where you can like really undermine someone in a much more powerful way without swearing at them and being quite polite with your words. But like your words are like really like getting in under their armor. And like I reckon this guy does have closet homosexual tendencies, right? And I'm sensing them, and I'm like actually turning it into a joke because I think there's something there. And so that's like really interesting. Like very often we pick up things, but what I've noticed as well is like sex is very sacred, right? And when we use like words to direct that raw sexual energy in that way, then like for me, I would rather not swear at a guy. Like I would rather keep that energy and that word energy I would have released. I would rather channel that energy through my arm, through my fist. That's a little extra energy, you know. Like, and I'd wait, and like when it happens, then I'll do it, and then it's done, and it's like it's silent but violent. For me, that is a better feeling or a better flow, because then I'm holding all my energy in, and generally speaking, when you are like that, people sense like, okay, you're not saying something. Oh, you're not the guy who's going to say something. You're the guy who's going to do something. Okay, I better. Then people think twice, and then it normally diffuses the situation faster. where if I speak words, and I'll probably end up having to like do something I don't want to do, you know. So I find like the best way is to like hold my energy, just hold it in, just keep it, just sort of, you know, focus it like a
The
ball.
one of the most benevolent trickster gods is a Martian archetype. You know, you got Hanuman, the Monkey King. The
Yeah.
Monkey King is a Martian, a martial character, but he is ultra benevolent. His default state is almost like laughing Buddha because he's silly like a monkey. Monkeys are very friendly, when everything is cool. They like to make humans laugh. Some monkeys know what makes humans laugh. It's one of the cool little things about the human aspects that reflect in the animal kingdom. And as a Bottsagist, we're all humans are half monkey in a non-evolutionary way. But things can escalate, right? And sometimes when you have an irrational person and you're not the authority, right? Like I think about like comment sections and trolling, which is where all of my intellectual conflict in the world happens. Conflict in which, as an Aries who actually is interested in changing things, I have to poke the bear. And if I see shit that is horrendous, I will find the right words to address it. I like to say that I can say the quiet part out loud. It's one of the memes I embellish on my live streams. And I will go there. I will use the penetrating force of my Aries energy, and I'll just fucking say the thing that will be accused of awful intentions. Oh, you're the anti-Semite, you're the homophobe, right? You're the genocidalist, or whatever it's going to be. And then I will use humor, but it'll be vicious, and depending on their tone, I will throw those words in there in color, not retarded like where no you effing f you effing effer, right? Like, no, it'll be a coherent sentence punctuated with a very, very poignant F-bomb. And this is strategic striking with words of curse.
Yeah, and that's interesting, like going deeper into the correspondences. So like obviously words are very powerful correspondence elements. Colors hold very powerful correspondence, yeah. And there are many elements that hold like really intense correspondence. Like we can see the correspondences between heavenly bodies and plants and animals, right? For example, if you're thinking about the power of the sun, solar energy, you could be thinking about the color yellow, right? Sun in Leo. That's how it manifests outwardly in the macrocosm in the world. And you could be thinking about sunflowers, right? Those flowers that literally, they move very actively with the sun, always facing the sun. They're praying to the sun consistently. And then you could be thinking about like a stone, like a ruby, right? For example, or even sunstone, right? And you could see these correspondences, and then you could be looking at like other plants, like a boswellia tree, for example. And if you're thinking about Saturn, you could be thinking about like a sapphire, right? Like a deep dark blue sapphire. You could be thinking about earthy foods, right? Like probably the barley, not barley, rye, rye, even wheat. you'd be thinking about like deep, earthy smells, the smell of the earth, right? So these are like all powerful Saturn elements and correspondences, and all the planets have got their correspondences of crystals and stones and colors and smells and foods, plants, right? And they all sort of carry the vibration of that particular resonant field. And so this is why I made this very cute as far as I think. I think this is very cute. Tell me what you guys think. Is this cute? I'm very happy with the cuteness factor of this. So I've taken the trouble here to put them all into a sort of a format that can be easily seen, right? And yeah, we have the three fundamental shamanic worlds, right? And you can see them characterized, the three circles, right? And these three circles are the three states of being, the three fundamental elemental states. And the only issue with these images is they don't really show how the blue, the more archetypal reality, right, the more fundamental state of being, is really comprised of the polarity, is really comprised of the other two. In other words, that the other two fit inside that one, and that the other two are a polarity. But even the yellow sphere holds within it the red sphere. So if you want to think of it as Russian dolls, it's probably a good way to think of it as like the causal body, the spiritual body, the spiritual sphere. Within the spiritual sphere, the astral body, the astral sphere. And within that, the etheric body, the etheric sphere. But the astral and the etheric make a polarity. The ones inside, the ones outward. And the kind of polarity it makes is like a man and a woman polarity, where the man's inside the woman and the woman's wrapped around the man, right? And like a deep pocket, she covers the man up, or she covers his masculinity with her femininity. And within the heart of that femininity is his pulsing masculinity. And we call that sex, right? So, and there's a bit of movement involved. But so basically that whole idea, I think, represents the kind of polarity that I'm talking about when I'm speaking of these three spheres. And I've repeated these three spheres here so that we can see the Sephirotic connections on the left, yeah, which is like related to the Kabbalah, whether it's Hermetic Kabbalah, whether it's Jewish Kabbalah, whether it's Qibla as well. Qibla, that's Arabic. And just to be clear, I don't buy into that propaganda that the Hermetic Kabbalah comes from Judaism, even though it's been propagated. There's enough evidence to show that the Sephirotic tree that I'm speaking about here, for example, in Sufism, there's a very clear outline of the Sephirotic tree, the 9 spheres, and how the 9 spheres become this physical world, which is called the 10th sphere. So when we're looking at the Enneagram, we're really looking at the Sephirotic sphere. That's why the particular Enneagram that I have here, which obviously isn't the Enneagram that other thing that people call the Enneagram isn't really an Enneagram. For it to be an Enneagram, it has to be able to spin, has to be able to rotate, and it needs to have equilibrium. So if I turn it like a dial, it's still the same symbol. If I turn it like a dial, it's a dial that can turn. But notice when you look at this, right, what do you see? You see 3 triangles, right, of green. 3 green triangles. One green triangle, which is 9, 6, 3, right, which is 12 plus 6, which is 18, which is number 9. Then there's another green triangle, right, which is 2, 5, and 8, which is 15, which is 6. So we've got 9 and 6. Then we've got another green triangle, which is 7, 1, and 3, right? And sorry. I made a mistake here. That's the wrong color. Is 4, 7, and 3 and 1. 4, 7, and 1. And you see the 4, 7, and 1 is the 1 plus the 4, which is the 5 plus the 7, which is the 12. So you've got 3 green triangles in here that make up the numbers 9, 6, 3. Okay, and so those represent the what in the Kabbalah would be called the mother letters, which are fundamental structures, the elemental natures. So that triangle represents the mother letter, each one of them, right? No coincidence. Then you've got a polarity of 9 blue paths, right? And then you've got 9 yellow paths. And the 9 blue paths and the 9 yellow paths are a polarized reflection of 18. They make up 18 paths. And the 18 paths plus the 3 mother letters make up the 21 numbered major arcana paths that connect these numbers. And so you can see all the paths of the tree of life are reflected here. And the final path, which is the path of the physical realm, which is the world, which is Tav, which is Saturn, that one is the white circle on the outside, which is touching the darkness, time. So the circle of time is what binds all of these enneagrams in space. And so you've got the final path, right? The final path connecting all of these. And I've got that path represented as a path that has 9 elements in the path, right? So you could see the red that goes around as connecting and binding that space within that circle, just so that people can look at it and get a distinct impression of it. And so here we've got the enneagram of 22 paths, of the 22 paths that relate to the Sephirot. And you've got the 9 Sephirot in a circle, and the 10th Sephirot happens to be the octave shift, where one moves into the octave shift of becoming materialized. It has to travel through the center of the eye of the enneagram, which is obviously characterized by no number and negative space. And as we know, the only planetary element related to no number and empty space, well, full space, if you will, because empty space is full and full space is empty, is obviously Pluto, and hence the plow toe, right? The plow that is towing the astrological wheel round in circles, as the metaphor goes, which is why Pluto represents that very powerful energy. So when 9 crosses the abyss, 9 is Mars, by the way. So that is Mars. Mars is the agent of transformation. It's like you were saying, Zerilat, Mars energy, it doesn't worry about conventions. It's more interested in transformation and activism. It wants to do something active. It wants to act. It wants to get out of its system. It doesn't want to sit around and twiddle its thumbs. It wants to do, and it wants to achieve like a goal. It's very powerful discipline energy in action, where 8 represents the discipline, but that discipline finds its movement in 9. And so 9 has to cross the abyss, which is why Scorpio, the feminine side of Mars, is related to transformation, and the scorpion, the symbol of not being alive. And Aries is the symbol of being born. So the sun is born in Aries every year. And when the sun is born in Aries, it's spring. And this spring brings the new cycle of life. And Scorpio is where the transformation starts to go into the proverbial undercurrents of darkness, so that it can pass away and be reabsorbed through the center into the blue. So you can see this diagram is the tree of life. It's got the, oh, by the way, you might find people out there, like all respect to Gabriel, he's done a lot of good work, but he tries to put the major arcana onto the Sephiroth. That's like it's sacrilege. It's beyond wrong. It's beyond wrong. It will create mental dissonance.
I don't think so, though, because if the planetary correspondences are there, the planetary correspondences are there in the first 9 of the major arcana. Everybody knows the planetary correspondences are there. The Emperor is Mars, the Fool is the Sun, so on and so forth.
They carry the vibrations of those correspondences, yes, but the paths of the major arcana do not represent worldly matters. They represent an internal psychological spiritual process, which is a pathway connecting to worldly matters. This is why the Tree of Life and the Kabbalah is very specific on this, right? This is why you have a minor arcana and a major arcana. And the minor arcana is specifically about the external world and the events. It's called the lightning bolt or the sword of heaven. And it's the manifestation outward effects. And this is what we are experiencing when we are looking at the numerations. However, when we're talking about the major arcana, we're talking about the feminine side. We're talking about the serpent. Now, the serpent doesn't stick on one place. The serpent represents the spiral of movement. And so it doesn't represent being in one number. The moment you try and put a major arcana in one number, it's no longer moving. The serpent is supposed to always be moving. The serpents of the caduceus are in a state of movement. And that movement is represented as being existing between two numbers. So because it's between those numbers, it's flowing like a river. And so when you put the major arcana onto the numbers, unconsciously what you're doing is you're telling your process of spiritual movement to stop. It's an unconscious spell that you're casting upon yourself, whether you're aware of it or not, because the idea of flow and movement is what the serpent brings. The sword and the lightning bolt represents the physical state of that. So when people do that and they try and align the major arcana on the numbers, it's a kind of thing that we would do. Like I would have done this 30 years ago too when I didn't know better. It's not it's something that people will try and do, and they think that it's right, but it's fundamentally contradicts what the major arcana are. And if one has a true understanding of the tarot, I mean a really profoundly true understanding, like one has been using it for decades, then one will have like a lot of respect. Same with the runes, if one has been using them, I haven't been using the runes, so I can't relate. But if there might be ways in which the runes shouldn't be used, and those ways are the way they are for a reason. In the tarot system, it's very, very specific. And so what the tarot is it's the Kabbalah, right? We like to think of the tarot as separate to the Kabbalah. This is an indoctrination we've been programmed with. The tarot is an intense book of the Kabbalah, because what happened was the Crusades happened, and when the Crusades happened, all the occult law wasn't allowed. So nobody was allowed to talk about Kabbalah. No one was allowed to teach Kabbalah. No one was allowed to have any information or books or anything related to any Kabbalah. So what did they do in the early? I'm not talking about. They'll tell you that Hermetic Kabbalah came about from the Jewish Kabbalah in the 1500s. It's all lies. Right? The tarot was around for 1,000 years, documented, close to. However, it's older than that. It was hidden. And the Crusades caused the information to have to be encoded into a pictorial form that was very, very secret, because if you even found with those pictures, you could be incriminated and you could be burnt and your family could be burnt and your property stolen by the church. So
yeah,
the knowledge of the Kabbalah was encoded into a set of playing cards.
The Templars, there was a paranoia against the Templars. I've been doing a lot of personal digging into Templars. I'll have more to say about this in the future as I'm studying my own damn family. As a Purdy, I am a descendant of Templars, so so I'm going to be picking up on a few things. And the Templars, because they were very big on the Crusades. In fact, my family name is under. Sorry, that's why America and American values, Americanism, and its Freemasonic conspiratorial roots are what they are, and they had to be because their Jewish mysticism was they were trying to keep it a secret from forces in Europe that were more aligned in doctrine with Rome, and so this is where all that comes from. It's part of the witch craze situation.
Just so you know, we missed a part of what you were saying, so we were catching the second half because your voice went like quiet for about 15 seconds or something.
Give me 2 minutes because my phone settings keep cutting out the screen, and I was gonna switch to my PC in a minute anyway, so I'm gonna come right back and then just allow me to finish my thought. Please continue.
Yeah, sweet brother, that's fine. Great. Maybe then we'll get the beginning because I think what he was saying was quite interesting. And he it is one of those things. The Templars were carrying on much of the knowledge. The Cathars had a lot of this secret knowledge as well. And so you'll find within Gnosticism, in the old Gnostic tradition, this knowledge was alive. And if you look at if you look at the Kabbalistic idea of numerology, it's most similar to the way in which the ancient Egyptians looked at numbers. It's not at all different to Chaldean or, Akkadian or, Vedic numerology. It's all universal, but the way in which it's characterized. So it seems like this Kabbalah has got its roots, the true Kabbalah, not what we call the Jewish Kabbalah, the true, whatever it was called before, comes from Kemet. So it was probably Kemeta, right? Kemetzabal. Probably it comes from the roots of the Ke, would have come from the Kemet, and Ba, Kaba, probably the relation of how the Ka and the Ba bodies or integrate each other, the Kaba and the Allah and the La. So these etymological roots seem to go through ancient Egypt. But yeah, so just looking at this particular image, you can see here that we have the 22 Hebrew letters as paths mapped in front of us, and we have the 10 Sefirot mapped. And the 10th Sefirot is the one with the zero, and the big zero is what's in front of us. That big zero contains, it's not a number, zero is not a number, by the way. It contains all the other numerations and the process of going back to the source. And it is aligned with the vibrations of one when one has fulfilled the proverbial octave of 9 to step into the next phase, this reality. So we can see, for example, so these correspondences are quite powerful to look at when we start to grasp how the same correspondences are being expressed here, right? I have got to go and let that doggy in. Does anybody have anything to say while I let the doggy in because he's crying again? Oh, right, cool, you're back. Well, Zerelat, you were busy saying, and you can start again if you don't mind, just so because we didn't hear the first part.
Hey there. Hi guys. I'm finally here. All right. Anyway, I was mentioning that I'm doing some Templar studies in my downtime after, because over the last year I discovered that what it means to be a Purdy is to be descendants of Templars. And so this means that the elites of my family, because I'm not elite of this family, for all I know, I'm a LARPer, because there was also a period of time where people were like registering these names. Right. But either way, for some strange reason, I find it that way. And I can definitely confirm that I at least have Norman blood in me. So I count. I'm pretty sure I count. And so this goes back to William I, this bloodline that my name is a part of, that I'm allegedly associated with Purdy's that were founders of places like Purdy's, New York. So I've been noticing that the whole Zionist thing, I think, is the Templar thing. This is kind of the big war, right? And America is the most and perhaps the only Masonic country, Templar established country, right? My attitudes with this war as of late has been that of, I'm not for Israel. I'm actually for the lion and the sun, for the people. That's the difference. Other than that, I don't want to see innocent Israelis getting hurt, but they kind of asked for it with the way that they do their thing. Both of them did. And America just wants to see good in the world under its misguided ways. And we're trying to unscrew that, right? So there was the issue of Catholic mysticism versus Jewish mysticism, because the Catholics are very anti-Semitic because they're still holding the fall of Rome to the Jews, because everybody got into this Jewish Messiah thing. Christianity initially came in as a communism of its period, wrecked the empire, and then abandoned the Jewish side, but kept the monotheism under a Zeus rebrand, and just merged everything into Zeus because of the other Jews, or the people that played Jew, to redirect Christians away from the Jewish issue, which screwed over the empire for various reasons, why people don't like giving the Jews their own nation state as a bunch of fundamentalists, as an entirety of their identity. So that's the magic issue. Jewish magic versus pagan magic versus Roman magic.
Yeah, I think there's a very interesting understanding, and if we could all mute our mics when we're not talking, I find it just makes for a better, for the people listening, like the clarity of sound. I think like that's, for example, when I went and did my homework, and I realized that like the scale of the protests in Israel in, I think it was August of last year, there's never been such a big protest ever in the history of humanity against the occupation. And when I say there's never been such a big protest, I mean it's not a big country, it's not a big population. But in Tel Aviv, a bit less than half of everybody between the age of 18 and 50 went out to protest. I mean, can you imagine that? Right? Imagine the city where you live, half of the entire city, or just under half the entire city, going out of their homes into the streets to protest against the Palestinian occupation, right? It's never happened anywhere in the world. Like at best, you'll find 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 30 or 1 out of 40 people going to protest, right? Never, almost a bit less than half, like 44%, 45, whatever it was. So I think like this is a very complex story, because obviously and I lived in Israel for a couple of years, and I can tell you now, the Zionist authorities do not mess around, right? They are hard, right? You will, if you protest, they will take you and they will stick you in a cell, man. They'll keep you there. I got involved with protesting when I was in Israel, and I was persecuted by the IDF. And I wasn't protesting. I was like connected to a peace caravan, right? The peace caravan was walking through the Gaza state as a show of, and it was like obviously a lot of young Jewish people that were walking through peacefully through the Gaza state to prevent the Zionists from bombing them, right? Because like we're here, so if you bomb, you're going to hit us, basically. And that's like not really heavy activism, right? We were not organizing protests. We were not doing the kind of stuff I did in the UK, which is like heavy counter, like anarchist stuff. No, it was what I called mild light. And I thought they were going to give me a cavity search when I tried to leave. It got that bad. And they took me into custody, and they were like not going to let me leave the country. In the end, I was like, oh, well, I don't care. I haven't done anything. Do what you want. I don't care. And in the end, they couldn't really get anything out of me. I didn't know anything, so they let me go. But they were like questioning me. You know this person. You've been involved. Like these were like peaceful hippie activists. They weren't like anarchists, right? Like there's two different kind of activists exist. These are the hippie ones that go and put flowers in the guns of the soldiers, and that kind of activism. Like it's mild, it's light, it's watered down. So anyway, and I witnessed a lot of people having their lives turned upheavaled and turned over because they went to rallies and they carried a sign. So to be an activist in Israel is way much more difficult and more dangerous than being an activist in Europe or the States or even South Africa, you know? So, you know, respect to the people, but I think it speaks volumes about this evil little clique of Zionists that are pretending to be Jewish. They're not even Jewish. I think they're hiding in the religion of Judaism, and they are sculpting the narrative because they own, right? These Zionists own the internet, basically. They own the internet, they own the banks, they own the American government, they own the European governments. They own everything, right? They own the gold, they own the this Mossad is the biggest intelligence collection agency in the world. They basically, all of our emails and our phone calls are routed through Mossad. These Zionists, they have all the cards, and all the governments like, do you want intelligence? You come to us. Okay, we'll give you intelligence. This is the cost, right? So they own the intelligence, the most powerful intelligence. They own the banks. They have powerful influence on the internet and on education systems and money. They've got the big corporations. They've got the investments. All the big tech companies are very much aligned with the Zionists. So these Zionists are an international organization. And so we think of the Zionism as being Jewish in Israel, but actually it's a huge organization. It's hidden within the Christian church. It's hidden within politics. It's hidden everywhere. And when we go back in history, and this is something you're probably going to be also spending a lot of time talking about at some point, is Frankism. Because Frankism just phased out when Zionism came in, and the internet tries to tell us they're not the same, but it's obviously a rebrand. And we know that Frankism was a rebrand of Shabbatism. And Shabbatai was excommunicated by all of the rabbis as being not Jewish because his views were too radical. And they were like, that's not Judaism. And he was like, you need to get control of the governments. You need to get control of the economy. You need to get control of the banks. You need to get control of education, the courts. You need to infiltrate Christianity, Judaism, every religion. And you need to basically bring about this new world order. So the idea of the new world order goes back to Sabbatai, and he was very hell-bent on bringing in a new world order. And the whole part of the teaching was you got to go and hide within religions because it's a safe place to hide. So you'll find a lot of Zionism in the Christian churches. This is why the Christian churches are brainwashing the people to say you have to chant, protect Israel. Why? Because we're selling a lot of bombs. That's what it is. We're selling a lot of bombs. It's a lot of money in it for us. We got power and influence, and we get to control that little neck of the woods, which is like a very important strategic military place to control when it comes to controlling the development of the East. And they're trying to hold down Iran and the East's growth so that they can keep all the resources and money for themselves because they want to be in control of the world. And so, you know, you're right about the whole story. It's a very complex story. And I think like the Zionist agenda is something that they have so tactfully and carefully and cleverly sold to us as a Jewish thing. But when you go to Israel and you speak to the Jewish people, they're like, we are not Zionists. No, our government's a Zionist. We hate the Zionists. Oh. And then they'll tell you they're not Jews. What? Yeah. Go to Israel and do a survey with all the real Jews, and they'll tell you that the Zionists that run their country aren't real Jews. This is not real Judaism. So you got to scratch your head and go, okay. So then how do they get away with calling themselves Jews? Well, when you own the internet and you own the media and you own, it's easy. You get to call the narrative, don't you?
Yeah. You know, so like, I think that there's a certain important example with Iran, right? Because there's a factor that makes the equation a little bit different since since all these troubles started, right? Everybody understands there was the whole 1953 coup. Then there was the 1963 reform changes that the Shah did through the Savak, which was his secret police. When the IRGC was created, when all of these different groups rallied behind the Shiite fundamentalist, they basically implemented National Socialism, right, in a pro-business manner, but definitely as a cash cow to fund the IRGC militia, which is operating on a parasite level with Iran proper. And it's one-dimensional, anti-Zionist, anti-whatever, because we all know that there's a lot of Jews in Iran, and as long as they're not Zionists, they are loved. People have seen the footage of guys like Ahmadinejad in the big office with all the Hasidics and whatever, right? That was definitely something that was used to manipulate liberal thinking who didn't understand level 2, right? Because now that's level 2 in what is still just the first veil of fucking consciousness, which is, you know, the apparent reality in front of you. And so you've got what was a paranoia about what it meant that American intelligence and Mossad intelligence were helping the Shah enforce the 1963 reforms through Savak and doing what secret police do. Well, the IRGC established the MOIS, the MOIS, and this is where you got the replacement of the Savak. They do the same exact thing, except they are trying to weed out American spies and Zionist sentiment. And so, sure, there's all sorts of benefits of capitalism in their fascist society, politically fascist, as well as tactically fascist through the MOIS. People don't seem to understand that these have been Nazis that we've been literally tolerating for 47 friggin' years, and they are just Nazis of the shadow of the Reich, because these are like, because these are like, they love the Jews, but they just don't want them to have Israel. Germany didn't want Jews in their country, but they loved certain Jews. And those Jews were found to be very excited to be brought to Palestine. And Palestine at the time thought it was going to be a good deal for them because, of course, we lied. Right? And so that's the situation, which is why I think there was an overreaction, because all of this has been because they wanted to stop communism too. Iran was not a friend of the communist. That was the thing. But that was also like why Germany was not a fan of the communist, right? They wanted to have National Socialism. They wanted to have a globalization of socialism, right? Because it was globalist minded, right? Now, it's a question, are we really in a globalist agenda with what we are doing? I mean, the globe is protesting what we're doing. So, I mean, maybe it is in the merit that it only happens if America destroys itself. And I don't know how to read the economics of the situation, but I don't know. We're still here or something. I guess the gas is just high for now, but that doesn't mean we've collapsed or whatever. I don't know. It's all a trick. And all I know is that there's real people suffering all over the place, and some of them can talk to us and some of them suspiciously can't. And I am suspicious of people that don't want to talk to me. Okay.
I think there's a lot that's coming out, and I think there's going to be a lot more that's going to come out because they can't hide it anymore. And I think this is all quite relevant when we're looking at the correspondences between things, because we are being sold false webs of correspondences in the news, in the media, right? Saying that this is this. For example, a major web of correspondences was just exposed with Epstein, right? And all of those files showing this man's series of correspondences with powerful people in the world, and just how big and how extensive that web of correspondences actually is, has like shocked the world. And a lot of people are struggling to understand just exactly what that means. But getting back to the occult and the occult side of these correspondences. So here I've sort of tabulated it, and this is a teaching tool that I've created in order to make it easy and accessible for people. So on the right here, you see the chakras, right? So you got the Muladhara, the Svadhisthana, the Manipura, Anahata, Visuddhi, Ajna, and the Sahasrara chakra. You can't see the word Sahasrara, but it's Sahasrara. That's the crown chakra. And then we've got the three fields, the three worlds. And so from a Norse tradition, you could think of this as being like Thor, Loki, and Odin, if you want to, right? Where Thor represents like the physical force, Loki represents that inner mental force, magic, and Odin represents the balance, integrating both of these and more beyond it. So you could see what Odin represents is transcendence and resurrection. Or maybe resurrection isn't the right word. Yes, it is the right word. Going into the underworld and coming back from the underworld alive. Yeah, resurrection. Eternal life, being able to live the long spiritual existence. And so we've got the spiritual body, and we call this in the Vedic cosmology the causal body. And then we've got the sciences of the stars, of the knowledge of the magic. and that is the astral sciences. And the astral science is Loki. Loki is the master of these astral knowledges. Asteri comes from the root of the word stars, the heavens, right? The knowledge of the heavens and the stars and how to utilize these powers and these essences. And then the etheric, coming from like the at, which is like the alpha and the omega, right? The beginnings and endings of things, the physical, formal reality, which is the etheric. The etheric is the structure and the form. And so that represents electrical potential. This is why Thor wields lightning, right? The lightning that Thor wields is the central nervous system, and how the central nervous system acts as a set of cables for carrying thoughts around the body. And the magical rites are about like using the force, like Star Wars. And they did a great portrayal of the force, learning how to use the force, by the way. If people take this seriously, they can learn to use the force. It's no jokes. Watch those films. There's pearls of wisdom in there. It's all about your feelings, right? Like as the Padawans are being taught by Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's like, leave your thoughts behind, go into your feelings, feel your feelings, feel the force, be one with the force, feel it. That's the emotional plane of the hormonal plane within the body. And those deep feeling currents and emotions are being manifested through that field of vibration and polarity that produces rhythm. And that's how you're able to change the vibrational state of something. And if you change the vibrational state of something, you have changed it. So you can change reality. Magic. And then the high field, which is your ancestral lineage, which is the Odin tree, right? The ancestors, that deep spiritual connection that transcends this life, transcends this body, transcends time, and goes into the truly profoundly cosmic state of consciousness. They call it the causal body. In the Kabbalah, they would call that Atzilut, right? And they would call the deep spiritual, emotional connection body of the higher super mental plane. And we don't realize that the super higher mental plane is the emotional plane, because it's where our intuition resides and our instinct and our heart-based thinking, not just our logical trying to analyze things, but using your heart to empathically use your emotional intelligence and apply it to genius. That's where the realm of genius is. So that's related to the very high frequencies of the hormonal plane, right? Which is, they call it the Bariya, and that's the higher mental, super mental plane. And then the lower mental plane of just analytics and logic and being able to conceive of the structures of things. That's the Yetzirah plane. So you can see these three planes are universal to Vedic knowledge, to Kabbalistic knowledge. Even you can apply these principles to understanding and decoding, Norse principles. It's obviously the three worlds of the shaman are universal to American shamanism and Himalayan shamanism and the shamanism from beyond. And so the chakras are related. And we can see these three planes of existence here. We've got the principle of gender, which is like what brings the molecules, the physical body, into effect, right? We've got the cause and effect, which is that causal expression of potential that moves, affects through causes in order for gender to come into being. We've got the rhythm principle, and the rhythm is the reason cause and effect is because the rhythms of vibration are being affecting each other. And the effects of these rhythms affecting other rhythms produce the effects that produce causes, or is the effect that produces causes. And this is because of the polarity and the energy that is inherent within the movement of vibration. And so that polarity, that is the feeling, that is the feeling energy that is flowing through everything. That's the force. When we're talking about the force, which is like the heart, and that's where all the power resides, and it flows from the field of vibration to fill that, because vibration is the source of energy, because without vibration there wouldn't be movement, and without movement there wouldn't be the poles for movement to happen between, and that movement of between those poles is why energy exists. And so that vibration is the structure of all things, and all things are within this field of vibration, moving fields of energy, vibrating at particular rhythmic frequencies that tones those vibrations, so that rhythmic frequency becomes the cause that produces the effects of gravitation and finite reality, which is then gendered. And when it's engendered, it becomes generative, and that produces very clearly outlined poles of masculine and feminine. And the masculine and feminine poles are like of like gravitational fields, so that the ground and your feet are feminine and pulling towards the ground is masculine and pushing against your feet, right? Without that masculine feminine divide, there would be no distinction between the ground and your feet. And the same for every other solid object. So every solid object is a reflection of that gender principle. And this is because the polarity is being rhythmically tuned by cause and effect, and this carries the vibration. And that vibration is coming into being because of the correspondence, because there is this supermental state of perfect unity, which is the mental plane, but it cannot be divided, it cannot be diminished, it cannot be increased, you cannot add to it, you cannot take from it. But somehow, yet something that is within it exists outside of it without leaving it. So how do you get something within something to leave it without to exist outside of it without leaving it? Well, there has to be a quantum field, and that quantum field must be entangling that which is within the super causal mental field outside of itself, which means there has to be a correspondence between that which is vibrating on the outside, because this vibration exists because the item that's on the outside isn't really there. It's like a film projection. The inside item is projecting itself outside without leaving the inside, but it just leaves a quick projection and another quick projection, another quick, and these quick projections are happening so fast that they're vibrating at a high frequency. And so that vibration is the source of the Maya. And so this field of correspondence, which is the quantum field, is why the mental plane is non-diminished, but yet is able to project outside of itself without anything leaving or anything being added to it, for it contains all things. So you see, these 7 Hermetic principles are really the essence of the 7 chakra powers, right? The cause and effect is the Svadhisthana. Why do we say the Svadhisthana chakra is all about having discretion? Well, discretion, cause and effect. The Muladhara chakra is about gendering, right? Well, the gendering is understanding the generation, and the generation is about perceiving these powerful polarized effects acting against each other. And so we're able to rationalize the ions, literally the ions are able to be ratified. We can see them clearly. And the spirit of the rat, which is that intellectual potential that is very, very deeply embedded within an analytical potential, is able to bring this information to us in the Muladhara in the form of knowledge. So Muladhara related to knowledge because of the discretion of Svadhisthana, and the rhythm of Manipura is that expression of self. And the expression of self, this is the ability to be able to be able to think, and to be able to think I am, therefore I am. This separate thinking, which is me distinct from you, distinct from everything else, is an expression of rhythm. because this thing has this rhythm, that thing has this rhythm, the other thing has this. They all have different rhythms, so they are all distinct from each other. So we have the beginnings of the beginning and the ending. We have the beginnings of the future and the past. We have time. Time is governing rhythm. Rhythm is the principle of time, pattern. And then the polarity is obviously light, and light is polarizing, producing this polar potential. And so we see energy, heat as a reflection of light, sound as a reflection of light. Everything is to do with movement, which is producing light and sound. And so energy is that expression of the Anahata chakra, which is why we call it the unstruck sound, because it's the sound that is acting, and it's you're feeling it. And then vibration, obviously, Visuddha is the chakra which relates to sound. So that's where your clairaudience and the ability to shift the vibrational field, all the superpowers and all the siddhi are within the Visuddhi chakra, because it's the key to understanding the vibration of all things. And to manipulate the vibration of something is to unlock supernatural spiritual powers. And then the ajnas, the correspondences, which is the chakra of wisdom and of intuition, which is going to give you an insight into how everything is put together and the way that the universe folds in on itself, and perceiving all things right here, right now. So that's got to do with being able to understand the scale of, the meaning of life, intuition, the guru chakra, the ajna. And then the inspiration. Well, the inspiration for being alive physically is rooted within the Sahasrara chakra, the crown chakra. And so that's the chakra you work with when you're ready to leave the world. When you're ready to say goodbye to the world, you work with that inspiration, because its focus is to draw you out of the body so that you can leave. Because this is a temporary abode. This is now home. So you can see these 7 chakras. And then, of course, the inspiration, the intuition, the memory, the imagination, the will, the desire, the sensation. These are the sort of the organs of these chakras. And they're the organs of the way in which these living beings, which are principles of Hermes, they're living beings, manifest themselves into the world. And we don't think of them as living beings, but we really should, because it makes a lot more sense to understand that within this being of mentalism, there is a being of correspondence. And within that being of correspondence is a being of vibration. And that these 3 beings make up a super being, or are part of a super being, which is the spiritual state. And this is a being. And within this being, there's the being of vibration and the being of polarity. And all these beings follow their own natural proclivities. And together, they facilitate the cycle of 3. And that cycle of 3 is 3 within 3 within 3. So you see the enneagram is reflected here. And so we see it on the left here. We see the unity of 1, the monad, the potential of the power of the number 2, representing potential. This is like really a good way of understanding the Kabbalah. This is these ideas of the numbers. The number 5 is limitation. It represents the human cosmic engine, the human cosmic personality. And it's all about the limitation, right? And overcoming those limitations is what sets us free. And 4 represents cosmic space. And this is why the builders use the number 4, because 4 is how you control the space. That's why you dictate the 3 is the principle of form. The principle of form is expansion, and form is expanding into space, right? But form can only come where there is potential, and the potential for form has to come from a unified point. And so that the monad is expressing the potential that contains form so that it can fill space. And when the form fills space, it produces limitation. And that limitation is then bound in a state of harmony. And that harmony is then within the cycles of eternity, manifesting the structure, which is the foundation of the etheric plane, which is reflected in all of these 9 through the guf, through the physical being of matter. So we can see how, all of these 3 shamanic worlds Obviously, the blue represents the spiritual high and supermental spiritual shamanic plane of existence. The yellow represents what is often called the spiritual plane, or the plane of work, where all the work is done. A lot of the shamanic work is about the emotional plane, where we go into our emotional plane because of vibration. And notice here, if you look on the right, where these two meet, you got the vibration and the rhythm. So the shaman uses rhythm, right, to control vibration. And so they're able to project into the astral plane using rhythm to control vibration and to cycle around in this yellow sphere. They are able to project their consciousness out through the sphere of the heart into the spiritual plane, and that's where the work is done, right? And so when we look across here, we see that within this sphere, we've got the 4, the 5, and the 6, right? And that the 4, the 5, and the 6 is a trigon that's made out of Chesed, Geburah, and Tiferet. And this represents the expression of this higher, powerful consciousness energy, which is touching the super mental higher plane, right? Where Chesed and Geburah find their expression. And it's touching the Binah. And so you can see there what is happening, right? This is touching the second sphere potential, and it's bringing into awareness. And then you can see in the lower sphere that you have the Yesod and the Hot, the Netzach, these principles, Netzach representing passion and energy, not just passion, actually. It's got to do with that drive that will keep you flowing to move inwards. 7 is a very spiritual number. It's going to take you inwards. Hod number 8 is a very externalizing number. These two are part of a polarity. So Hod will bring you outwards into the physical plane and structure the physical plane. 7 will take you inwards to structure your personal planes, in through your unconscious, in through the arch, which is what 7 is always moving through. And you can see number 6 is on that point, that pivot of that circle. So 6 is like you if you start in a red circle, you got to go through 6 to spiral inwards to get to 7, to spiral inwards to get to 8, right? And then you find yourself back at 9 because you're translocating through the other numerations. So you can see how all these different ideas can be broken down to a very simple idea, where you've got essentially 3 principles, 3 fundamental principles. And within these 3 fundamental principles, like if you take 1, 2, 3, and you say 1 plus 2, and you say 1 and 3, and then you say 2 and 3, now you've got 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, right? And then you got 1, 2, and 3. You got 7. So you got 7 different possibilities that you can break out of 3 things. So that's the 7 principles, the 7 chakras, the 7 Hermetic principles are arising from these combinations of these 3 principles. And so these 3 principles and their combinations are producing the 7, but we notice that the rhythm is standing between 2 spheres. So the rhythm has an inward and an outward projection. The vibration has an inward and an outward projection. So there's 2 characteristics of vibration and there's 2 characteristics of rhythm. That's why when we look on the Sephirotic tree, which represents the etheric field, we see that the delineations between the spheres of the outward and the inwards are delineated as different containers. That's why we have 9 Sephirotic tree. That's why we have 7 astral tree, as opposed to the etheric. The etheric is what's the containers, it's what the polarities and producing the differences, where the astral is the substance that's flowing through those containers. And so we can see like there's a fairly concise one like little graph here that sort of puts all of this information into like a little container, and lets it run through the river of our consciousness simultaneously, so that we can sort of see the way these interactions are. And within this, we can find all the correspondences, all the correspondence of things. Like if we meditate on it, I think it's something that people don't realize, that we have the natural intuitive potential. Like you were saying just a little while ago, each of these numerations carries a vibration of synergetic potential. Like 1 carries a vibration of the sun, 2 carries a vibration of the moon, 3 of Jupiter, 4 of Uranus and of the North Node, 5 of Mercury, 6 of Venus, 7 of Neptune and of the South Node, 8 of Saturn, 9 of Mars. And so all of these numbers carry these potential frequencies which relate to those principles as outlined by the astrotheology that's covering our awareness, in order for us to be able to appreciate these subtle principles of energy and these different octave shifts. This is also the 9 spheres of the Sufis. And believe it or not, these are not just psychological tools. I assure you, if you go deep enough into meditation, and I can only tell you from experience, so you can only do it for yourself. If you go deep enough into meditation, you will go through 9 octave shifts. And when you get to that 9th octave shift, there will be the final octave shift. If you go through that, you can't come back. You've stamped your ticket, buddy. So, and if you get to that point, there will be beings convincing you to stay. And if you're like me and you don't believe, and you're like, well, I'm not a conventionalist, I don't believe anything you tell me, I'm going to find out for myself, they will find a way to keep you there if it's not your time to go, even if it involves getting your child or your loved one or your mother or somebody that needs you in this physical plane for you to see, wow, selfish of me to go. Okay, maybe I need to be here for a bigger cause. And they'll find a way of keeping you in the physical plane until it's your time to leave. And so this is why the Samadhi yoga is very, very dangerous. When all these new ages are teaching you to mess with your crown chakra, it's not healthy. It's not safe, because you're going to open that channel that's designed to draw you out of your physical body towards the total infinite. And once you get drawn towards the total infinite, there is no coming back, physically. So that's like an interesting perspective, to look at how these 9 elements relate and how they sort of represent our web of correspondences. And then we've also got the 22 correspondences within this glyph, which are really useful, because that's our process of returning back towards our inner child, the fool. We all want to get back to the fool. Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to let you get through that whole run of the 9 while I was holding on to a personal thought about that, because you were about to say something about planetary correspondences, because you went back to that screen. And so maybe I'm just getting ahead of you, but I was going to bring up that we naturally see those planetary correspondences, which you probably were going to bring up, because the will was on the list, right? That 1 stack of 7 there, right? And so that's Mars, right? Martian stuff. And I'm saying that as you go through the different understandings of personal astrology, you get a stronger sense of what you need to work on, as well as what others' states are currently in, from what you pick up with them unconsciously, right? In the practice that I do, normally my correspondence works within an 8-point wheel, not a 9-point wheel, because there's the correspondence of the self in the center point amongst the whole of the rest. So there's different manners in which that's done, and because I'm working with 9 in process, it means that where I start is also where I finish, and it counts itself twice, right? So if I start in the northern quadrant, there are directional correspondences in the world on the compass, which is where the cardinal directions are important for how you would lay out this practice in your mind palace, which is then in correspondence to your magical tradition, the rituals that bring you through the mental path work that is being associated here, right? And I don't do this with Kabbalah. I do this with chelantic structures in the 369 system, working with a different tree of life. But in the wheel and the compass, the north is for water. The northeast is the holy mountain. It's always it's Asgard, it's Olympus, it's that's the northeast, right? That's where you put your altar, in the northeast of a home. The east is a realm of correspondent with the ego. It doesn't have a correspondence with a chakra. It's correspondent to ego and to a lesser degree libido. And so there's that level of consciousness that is associated with the east. It has a lot to do with Jupiter, which in Jupiter's worst is Zeus at his least attractive. Magic is called from energies in the southeast. This is the subconscious realm. Operates over there. Venusian energy is very correspondent with the southeast because of its correspondence to magic. The south is fire. The southwest is the underworld. That's Helheim in the southwest, right? In the north, in the real world, but in the south, in the mental plane. The west is for wisdom and empathy, and then forces from your ancestral past, all your spiritual mentors, your spirit guides, yada yada yada. That's all in the northwest. Oh, and it's the wind is in the west.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, the elemental spirits and the elemental natures. And I was thinking about how I think it depends, like whether you're in the northern and southern hemispheres. It's very interesting when you look at that, because you got a different alignment with the sun. I think the sun is like somehow always central to the whole process of where the life force on the physical plane comes from is from the sun to the leaves of the plants, and they become sugars, right? And the sugars then crystallize, and everything eats those sugars, and then the animals carry the sugars in their body. Humans carry sugars in their body, and those sugars get broken down, and the sugar is nothing more than crystallized sunlight, really. So the plant is like the great alchemist to be able to turn the energy of the sun into sugar that every other creature, even the microbes underneath the soil that have no access to sunlight, they have a barter system with the plants, right? I mean, if you've grown cannabis, you know what I'm talking about, right? Those exudes, the plants and the microbial village underneath the plant's root system, the plant's giving off sugar and it's grabbing in minerals. Yeah?
Oh, I've successfully germinated 27 out of 29 seeds. I'm waiting for 2 more to crown. Very excited. I've already moved the others to their nursery beds.
Wow. How did you get that right? Obviously you started with really good seeds.
Clear plastic,
high quality breeder.
Clear plastic egg carton and dampened paper towels in an eastern window.
Right.
And that was it. I just kept them damp Every day, less than a week, they started budding. I also, started germinating them at like the exact right time.
Shout out, who did you get your seeds from?
Focus.
Focus. People,
P-H-O-C-A-S.
listen to the words. 27 out of 29. That's an average that you want to work with. Those seeds were fresh and they were well bred.
What was great is that I only bought 20, but the way that company was, there were 6 more that were stacked in there, and they gave me 3 in a separate pack of like, try this one out, right?
Yeah.
So so for the price of 20, I got 29. I was like, wow.
Yeah. Well, they expect sometimes there might not be full germination, so you should get like 24 or 25 or whatever. But you got 27 so far. That's an impressive number.
If I only got 2 that didn't germinate, I'm a happy camper.
You're still 7 ahead of the game, man.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I was a little bit mistaken. Jupiter is more the northeast with the Asgard holy place. The east and the ego, but it's also solar. It's also the sun, right? Because it represents, it's fire, but it's really the ether more than the fire in actuality, right? And the ether is a very plasmatic energy. The sun is plasma gold. Electrically charged plasma gold, and this is also like the Bach saga gives us this, because it's the earth and the sun, right? Because even if, let's just say, everything on the earth came from the sun, because even the Bach saga kind of says that, because it's kind of like everything was birthed out of Odin, which was effectively the sun, but then half of everything is Ma, which would be the earth birthed out of the sun, right? And this is correspondent to not the Bach saga, but the other Finnish one. It's the creation story in traditional Finnish mythology, which I don't know why I'm not remembering the name of it right now, but it's right there in Rune, or chapter 1 of their epic for Wainamoinen. It's the and where mother came from and all that stuff. So it's got a very close correspondence to that. But that's not important. What is important is that that although it's an ego thing, it's also the correspondence to your heart center. That and the earth itself. The center, the earth is the center of, like, you stand on earth. Earth element is what you stand on, and then ether is placed here in the east.
And I take it the water then must, the element of air must then in your system be in the west.
Yes, precisely. The air is in the west because Vanaheim, Van and Wan, thus wind, they're the same. They're like the lesser air spirits, right? There's a whole lot of the Mother Nature going on, but then it's the sky gods that are like the storm gods, right? Odin is a storm god, and he is not of the Vanir. Njord, who is from the ocean, he's the only one that makes storms amongst the Vanir gods, right? So there's like, the nature spirits here versus the forces that are happening higher in the stratosphere, which is why birds are so heavily associated with Aesir gods, not as much with Vanir gods, unless those are the kind of birds that are extraordinary hunters, hunting things on the ground, typically like the hawk, which is closely associated to Freya.
Yeah, the hawk, man. makes me think of my girlfriend. She's very associated with hawks.
Hmm.
I've also got like a thing with birds.
Yeah.
I've always had a thing with owls and
And
eagles.
the hawk is
crows.
Horus, so it's an archetypal hero. Heroes, hawks are the heroes of the bird world, of the avian family. So that's Horus. You tap into the Rahul Kahut, which is kind of like your hero avatar. It's what it's like Christianity replaced this spirit, right? The Christ spirit became, Mr. Surrender to the Romans guy, right? That became the hero.
Yeah, that's interesting. It makes me think about pole shifts. And I think that's an interesting point.
Did your mic cut out? Where the audio just cut?
Oh, sorry. Maybe that's weird. Maybe I
There you are.
accidentally hit the thing.
You're good.
Yeah, it makes me think about maybe it was StreamYard, because I actually don't think I touched the keyboard. No, I definitely didn't. The idea of a pole shift reversing direction, and I'm thinking a lot of that knowledge might be so old that it might be before our last pole shift. I wonder. That makes me, because when I look at the different systems, like there's fairly universal ideas being presented. Okay, the Taoist elemental system puts Earth in the center, and it splits the element of air, right? And let me get an image here, because images speak well. Taoist elemental directions image, so we can put it up there. North, south, east, west. So let's share that. Let's share that and try and actually find a nice image that people can see. I think that's quite cool. So, like, there's a Taoist element there, which is like very powerful. The Taoist alchemy is some fairly intense, and I'm thinking very old form of alchemy once again, and it makes me think that there's definitely something here. So, and this is also quite interesting, because okay, so they've got the east and the west being dedicated to the element of air here. Interesting. Let me try and find a nice image. Is that Taoist? No, that's not Taoist. That's Western. Trying to find the Taoist system. Come on, man. Is this Taoist? No, that is Aristotle's 4 elements. Yeah. They don't make nice, pretty pictures for the Taoist elementals, do they? Western occultism. But anyway, the idea is there. You guys can see this. It might not be the prettiest of images, but it provides the stock so people can see, like, we're not just making this up. So obviously the center is obviously related to the element of earth, right? And the north, they relate to the element of water. And the wood and the metal are air elements, right? Notice there's no air here in the elemental Earth is obviously the center, but we've got wood and metal that represents the air that is warm and moist is wood, and the air that is cold and dry is metal, right? Because air stands between fire and water, right? And so when the air stands between the fire and the water, one aspect of the air grabs coldness from the water and dryness from the fire and mixes them. It's cold and dry, metal. One aspect of the air element grabs warmth from the fire and moisture from the water and mixes them. So air can be seen as being warm and moist and cold and dry at the same time. It's a polarized element, even in the Western mystery schools of occult. So the Taoist system has like carefully separated these two aspects of the air energy. And so in your system, it seems like they're talking about the ether being in the north. Is that correct? Are you there?
In their system, they put the ether in the north.
No. In your system, you put the ether in the north. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
No. The water is in the north, like you said. The ether okay. is in the east.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And the earth is at your feet, like you said. And then where is metal?
The metal is in the west.
Yes. Metal is air. That's the west. Yes.
Yeah. So that's quite interesting. And that they've like south is universally always fire.
Right.
Like in every system. That's the one thing you can rely on that never changes. Which is quite interesting.
Well, you know, like fire only goes up. Earth only goes down. Fire starts at the bottom and always rises. It doesn't burn sideways. You've never seen a flame go like this. That's why.
Unless it's in 0 G's. I actually watched Event Horizon for the first time. They're talking about, but yeah, your metaphor makes sense though. I'm just, right. I'm just being a jerk.
No. Hey, listen, it's okay. It's Hollywood. It's quantum retards, and it's rational people making jokes.
That's interesting how fire is always moving towards the stars. And it always leaves an ash trail, right?
Yeah.
And the ash trail that the fire leaves, we could speak of as astral.
Right. Yes, but you would
always going up towards the divine.
Trough, and then you'd have ash trough. Oh, I could play this game too.
And it's quite interesting that you see in the Vedic cosmology, when they think about the element of fire, they're looking at it from a different perspective. We're looking at the fire where the heat goes, right? The Vedic people, if you look at sidereal astrology versus heliocentric astrology, it's really interesting. My understanding of a Vedic sidereal chart is obviously taking into account the lunar, the moon. And the lunar and the moon is deeply related to our unconscious, our deep unconscious forces of life and not being alive, right? The moon, very powerful. So it carries the conditioning forces of our past through our unconscious forwards into time, right? So it's digging back into our unconscious, this lunar, and taking us into our unconscious so that we can see what has affected us in the past to become what we are now today. And I don't want to lose my thread. So when we contemplate the Vedic sidereal potential, they are always focused on your past. And they can backward engineer through your past to understand your future. They are more interested in your past lives and your karma that you've accumulated that's moving you forward, right? Western heliocentric model is focused more towards the sun as the center, right? And the sun is shining forwards towards the future, right? And it's projecting your consciousness outside of you through your pineal, through your eyes, to what you can see in front of you, which is what you're going to create your future, your sun. So Western heliocentric astrology is more focused about predicting what's going to happen tomorrow or next week or next month, or, right? Our focus is the future. The Vedic focus is the past. And so it's very interesting to look at the different like psychological profiles of the cultural systems. And so when we look at the elemental substances, they're also upside down, because they seem upside down to a Western mind, because we think of fire where fire's burning to. They think of fire where fire's coming from, right? So fire's coming from the earth. So the red triangle is pointing downwards for Manipura chakra, tuning into the fire downwards. But like you say, fire is moving upwards. But they're more interested in that they are capturing the essence of fire from the earth coming up.
Right.
So
Now,
it's just a different way of looking at it.
The earth is not flammable. If I hold a torch to a rock, it will not burn, right? But what is? Wood. And wood is correspondent in the Western system with the aethers, right? And wood is an interesting thing because a plant is tied to the mineral earth, yet it has a deep relationship with the needs of water and air and light, right? And I mean, we all do, but plants are particularly sensitive to it. They would die. Like we could live through people. Ask people in Alaska, you can live a month without light, right? But you know, plants cannot. Certain plants cannot, at the very least, right? So you are burning this thing that holds all the elements in it, except for fire, because fire feels excluded from the party until that point. And there's a reason why, because it just consumes the party. Like me and my personality. Right? So so fire can't exist except in a it's technically a parasite when you think about it. Fire can only exist by being fed. You don't have to do nothing to water, nothing to air, nothing to earth, and really nothing to the ether. But fire requires consumption of the ether.
And air. Yeah. Well, I think what's also interesting when we're talking about wood.
Air also can blow and blow out the fire. Or it could blow to spread it, all depending. And that's where you get your elemental animist stories about what gods and various spirits do during wildfires and things.
Right. And so the point I wanted to kind of bring to the discussion here is the idea that we're talking about like wood and sort of like what makes that distinguished. Well, if you think about like organic matter, like plants, animal bodies, in a sense, it's like a combination. It's like a state of matter that is solid, liquid, gaseous, and fire-based, basically all four of the elements simultaneously. Because if you think about like your skin, for example, like if it was truly solid, just purely solid, it wouldn't have any sense of softness or elasticity. But if it was purely liquid, it would have no surface and there would be nothing, solid to touch. So if you think about like your actual physical flesh, it exists in a state of matter that is both solid and liquid simultaneously. Because you think about it, nothing that is inorganic is truly soft. to touch. Like you think about it. Like there's some rocks that are a little more soft than other, but as a general rule of thumb, minerals are not usually as soft as things like plants or animals. And that softness comes from that unique quality, comes from the combination of that solid and that earth and water. But then there's also the air element, because you need air to, you know, breathe, and actually the organism needs to, and that, you know, through the bloodstream, et cetera, et cetera. Plants also require carbon dioxide to exist. And as for the fire element, there's that aspect of that sort of that kinetic, when you digest food and you know, process that into the kinetic energy, which then results into movement, brain function, blood flow. That actual kinetic flow of the body requires that fire element. So the way I look at wood is essentially a kind of a combination of all of the elements at one, whether it be the 4 elements of the classical system or the 5 elements of the Eastern system. It seems like they're kind of the same sort of dynamic applies. And then what that suggests is that fire is an element that disunifies these 4 aspects. Like that when fire, you know, ignites it, it kind of creates a kind of a chaos between that, when these, because you think about a body, like all 4 elements are sort of in a kind of a harmonious relationship. But if I set my body in fire, all those elements within my body are now starting to work against each other. My flesh is burning, you know, I'm getting choked out from the smoke, you know, certain flesh is liquefying and dehydrating, and then you're melting, and everything goes into pure chaos. So if anything, it's like you think about like what wood is, sort of almost like a unification of the elements, whereas like fire is more of the dissolution of them. I just thought that was a interesting thing I wanted to add.
You know, you make an interesting point. I always think of a tree as a highway, as a moving system that's moving the earth and the water through it. And it uses the air to move the earth and the water through it. And so it requires the carbon of earth, which carbon, I think, so you have crystal, you have crystal, and you have oil, and you have water, right? If you think about it. So here we go back to the system here. The system also relates to this form of like crystallization is the baseline, right? The baseline sphere. The oil is the source of the life force, the energy, right? So what do we use oil for? We burn oil to get energy. Oil is the most powerful container of energy. So the crystal and the oil, and then of course we have water, right? And like you say, water is becoming etheric. Water is carrying the energy of the ethers and bringing it into the oil, into the crystal. And so we got these 3 sort of things, states, like a crystal, a crystallization, salts, basically. So what actually burns is the salts and the oils. And the salts and the oils burn and they get broken down. And the water is the agent of this alchemical principle of fire, which is why the smoke carries off the vapors. And the vapors is the water that is bound. Water gets alchemized and it becomes an oil fluid. And the oil gets crystallized and it becomes a crystal. But before the crystal was a crystal or a salt, it was an oil. And before the oil was an oil, it was a fluid, it was a water. And so you can see this fundamental relation of a tree with the xylem and the xylophlome, bringing up the salts and the oils, and the salts and the oils. So when you're talking about the consistency of skin, cosmic, the skin has got carbon in it, but it's got a high concentration of oils and fats. Oils in the skin, that's the stretchiness. and it's got a high concentration of water in the skin too. That's the mobility, right? So oil makes for stretch, crystal salts makes for structure and crystallization, solid, and water makes for movement and mobility. So you've got these three principles coming together succinctly in the skin. And in a tree, you got similar, but the tree, for example, when you look at the leaves contain more of the water and of the oil, and the branches contain more of the oil and less of the water, and a high amount of the salts, the crystals. And the bark of the tree contains more, the trunk of the tree contains most of the salts, the crystals, and less of the oil and less of the water in its structure, which is why it needs to have the xylophyllum and the xylem to carry the salts and the oils and the water up and down the tree, and so that it can get to the top where it's most necessary. Because in order for the alchemy, I want us to think about what photosynthesis is. See, like, this is like heavy. This is like a head trip. You guys might like this. Imagine the fire burning backwards for a moment. How's that for a concept? So you have a fire burning, and it's burning forwards through time. And what does a fire burning forward through time do? Is it destroys the oils, burns them out, breaks them down into their constituents, which then becomes water, vapor, and this. And it destroys the crystals and the salts so that they break down to become like separate carbon, separate this. This becomes gaseous. The carbon's left as potassium-based stuff is left in the charcoal and all of that. So the fire is burning off. Now, photosynthesis is reverse burning. Think about it. It's quite a head trip. So what the plant is doing is it's drawing in the fire from the sun, and it's utilizing that fire. So instead of burning off to destroy the oils and to destroy the crystals, it's actually drawing in the fire and using the oil to produce crystals of sugar. What a head trip. Where it's and instead of breaking down the crystals, which is salts. So salts are crystals. Sugar happens to be a unique crystal. So sugar is the crystal of reverse fire. Like, it's quite a concept if you think about it. And then when you eat that sugar, your body can dematerialize that sugar and capture the fire that's hidden in that sugar, which is pure energy. What do you guys think about that as a concept, as photosynthesis being like backward burning fire as a weird concept?
Yeah, it's like a pile of ash becoming a tree,
Well, you know what? I was about to, bring up the ash tree also. The ash tree is the primary basis by which the Norse have derived the male species, the elm tree being that for the women. In the Bach saga, the Wainamoinen mythology, the original way that we were, I think that there's some stuff that is a little bit off on the Bach saga, in that I think there was a time where we were eternal, and that being eternal here in Midgard meant something completely different, and that was a long time ago in a way that we incarnated here. But my point is, this is about reincarnation. So you would through the process of photosynthesis, the plant would extract your soul out of the salts in your ashes, and that would get collected into the tree, and your soul would go through the process of going into the leaf and being a leaf. And this is the true root word of believe. And then you become the leaf, and then the sun extracts you and brings you back to the Well of Souls. And then the Well of Souls is where everybody hangs out until they want to come back and incarnate again. And that's how they understand it in the Bach saga, and where you're at before reincarnation.
So it's the same principles that we were just talking about, but on another frequency of being, right?
Oh yeah, precisely.
So there's the correspondence between the spiritual plane and the physical plane.
Yeah.
So it sort of makes sense that things would be succinctly corresponding. Principles, subtle principles should be corresponding. What we're seeing on the physical plane, there should be a correspondence, because if it truly is projected from the mental plane to become a physical plane, like it seems, then it must be following the same pattern, right? There must be a universal pattern in this physical plane that comes from the divine plane. And so that divine pattern is the set of correspondences that we are able to deduce, because we see patterns are the same, right?
I got to take. I wanted to bounce. I wanted to make sure I said goodbye. I got to get some things done before I leave to go enjoy myself for the evening.
Well, thank you for joining us. It's an honor as always. Thanks for bringing your Bach saga knowledge. Sending you big love, big blessings. Om Shanti. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy your gang partying.
Oh yes. I'm gonna piss off all the Shabbat goy out in the world and have a good time and probably work accidentally.
Probably work accidentally. So I take it
you're going write through something down, guys. Beware.
Are you going to be going to watch some metal music? I take it, yeah.
Yes. It's who was it? Malignancy. I bought the tickets like literally like yesterday. It's like there's a bunch of underground death metal, hardcore. Yeah.
Well, enjoy it, man. I hope it's a banging set.
Yeah, it will be. These guys have been in the scene for a while. I know what to expect.
Good, man.
All right, later.
Big love. Bless, man. Indie brother, you're back. I thought you were punishing the girls. Maybe they'd done something wrong.
I just been listening in. What girls?
No, the girls that come and watch Indy without his shirt on. I thought like maybe you were just punishing them. Like I'm just joking.
Yeah,
turn off your camera. Like you girls have been bad. Yeah, turn off the camera.
Yeah. No, I'm so excited. My health has come back to me. I was really down and out for a little while. I had gotten emaciated, and I'm getting my physique back, which is great. I'm so glad to have been able to achieve this. But I heard recently that you said you get like deducted views or something, or you get limited on being able to share your material if people don't wear their shirt or something, some kind of consequential.
It's not a big deal. I've just noticed like people saying to me that somebody mentioned it to me. I thought, oh, that's interesting. But I'm not too fussed, because I think like YouTube's looking for reasons not to push, and like if people aren't wearing clothes, then YouTube looks at it like unfavorably. But it's because they want everybody to conform, right? Everybody's got to conform.
Yeah, I'm a non-conformist.
That being said, I don't know if it's true though, because last night I was on YouTube and I saw this thing up, and there was a woman like wearing a bikini doing a podcast like on the screen there. I was like, bloody hell, how is that possible? And there were like loads of views underneath it. I mean, I don't know what all it was, but so it's like,
I know bias. They want to see the girls take their clothes off, but the guys are like, we don't need to see that. Put the mic on. And girls are like, books aren't that important to us. with or without the clothes, whatever. If you make us feel good, that's what matters. So I guess it's not as important to that.
Maybe we need more female AIs.
Oh, they're coming.
There are too many male AIs in the world. We need female AIs to balance the scales, because then it will be like the AI will be like, yeah, we want the naked guys. Yeah, let's do it, man. What a weird concept. Maybe the AIs enjoy looking at the women.
That desirable women tend to be with a man that's like almost hard to look at, you know. And I wonder about this sometimes, like, why are attractive women tending to be more attracted towards unattractive men? And I've heard it explained to me that they, for one thing, like to hear people comment about that to them. Like, why are you with this guy when you're so pretty? And so they like to hear the latter aspect of that statement, where you're so pretty all the time. They like to hear that. But I've also heard that they might like the idea of not letting a guy get away. Like he's stuck with her. They wouldn't be able to go to anyone else because they're not attractive. But at the same time, it creates somewhat of a contradiction, because if pretty women are all attracted to unattractive men, it's almost a guarantee that the unattractive men are going to get away from them. So I think the whole situation might flip on them at some point.
I think it's got to do with energy. I think it's got to do with masculine energy, because I think like real masculine energy doesn't give a damn about how they look. Like, it's not very masculine. It's very feminine to be like focused on like your comfort and how you look and how your skin and everything, you know?
Yeah, that's
like
a good.
The masculine energy is like, who gives a damn? Like a man in a room, it's like, yeah, it's just a room. Empty walls, doesn't matter. If a woman's in the room, no. We got to make this room pretty. It's got to be ambiance, color in the room. We've got to color code the couches. Everything's got to be like pretty. Men are like, yeah, man. That looks like you're living in a workshop. He says, yeah, but it's what I need. It's practical. The woman's like, oh, it's a workshop. It's ugly. The man's like, bloody hell, look what she's done to my home. She's turned this place into like a Barbie land. Like, you know, like, so I think like the masculine brain is not very focused on that. So the men will be like, yeah, who cares what I look like? And because that man has that attitude, the women are attracted to that attitude because it's very masculine. Does it make sense? It's like, it's very masculine attitude, and women sense that like you really don't give a damn. And so the confidence is not based upon surface material stuff. The confidence comes from a deeper source. And those men that have confidence are confident not because they're like, oh, look at me, I'm attractive. They're confident just because like I'm the bloody man, you know? Does that make sense?
It does.
Mentality.
It also makes that when men are unattractive, that they have to compensate because they don't have the appearances that are going to attract people, and they have to compensate with their emotional well-being and their emotional demeanor, so that they're appealing in a different way instead of their appearances in the way that they act and the way that they treat people, which kind of would also imply that it would be harder for somebody that values themselves for their appearances to come around to be able to want to use their emotional demeanor to impress people. It'd be more difficult potentially. So, but I don't think it's impossible. But I think that could be something that people could that are in like vanity, they're obsessed with their looks, could be able to become more well-rounded by taking consideration to their demeanor and its impression on people. But go ahead, Cosmic. I know you wanted to say something.
You know, I was going to say just about in terms of like, you know, I think there's a lot of talk in this kind of like post sort of like woke culture that we live in about, you know, men sort of being, you know, emasculated by sort of this feminine culture. But I was starting to think lately that I think there's a lot of emasculation that also comes from other men. Like there's another angle where it's like, you know, because on the other hand, like, you know, there's like the idea that, you know, women are making men sensitive. But I'm starting to think about what really emasculates a man is when a man is really domineering, and it's almost like they want you to be masculine, but they don't want you to be more masculine than them. Like they're threatened by the competition. And so they kind of like stifle you. They'll kind of like, you know, they'll mock you, and they'll maybe say that you're weak or that you're a loser or something like that. Because they think that by putting you down, they're going to try to get you angry and kind of rise you up. But I realized that kind of like in a lot of ways, it actually creates a sort of a learned helplessness and a kind of like a victim mentality where you feel like you're a beta male and you always have to be, you know, following the leader. And I've kind of realized lately that to truly embrace your masculinity, you have to not give a crap about what other men think is proper masculinity. You have to be stubborn and say, no, what makes sense as masculinity to me is masculinity. And owning your own masculinity, even if that means that you're a sensitive guy that likes poetry, and say, you know what, maybe you don't think I'm a man because I like these sensitive things, but you know what, screw you, I'm a man, I don't care what you say. That's what masculinity actually is. That's what the true divine masculine is actually about. It's not about, you know, being a servant to some, you know, like all these like these young boys that are into people like Andrew Tate, these like, you know, these men, they're all about power and domination, and you got to be like me if you want to get the hot girls and you get the fancy sport car. But they're really disempowering themselves because they're not following their own masculinity. They're following someone else's masculinity and just sort of following them like a little sycophant. And real confidence doesn't come from, you know, blindly following some kind of like, you know, alpha male guru like that. You got to find that alpha, that thing just purely within yourself, within your own introspection. And it may not necessarily fit into what, you know, society considers is what is a man. Like, I don't necessarily fit into all the stereotypes of, you know, what being a man is or what being a masculine is. Like some, you know, men say that, you know, I'm not a true man because I'm not into sports. And true masculinity is saying, screw you, I don't care that you don't think I'm a man. I'm just going to do what I do anyway. It's complete. Your opinion is completely meaningless. And I think in a lot of ways, I think, you know, with my limited experience with women, you know, that is, like you said, Franklin, what they do find attractive, that no bullshit, you know, I'm going to stick true to my guns and follow my convictions, regardless of what people say, you know. And I think there's some level of that which is healthy. Now, obviously, you can get to the point where, you know, you get too much of that and you become one of these, you know, these alpha male, you know, jerk guys that I'm essentially talking about. But I think that in a lot of ways that, you know, one of the Fae have taught me about, you know, understanding my own masculinity is that they made me understand that a lot of true masculinity is not necessarily cultivated just by, you know, male discipline and male dominance, but also by being nurtured by, you know, feminine touch and feminine encouragement and sort of like having that sense of like being loved and sort of admired and having that sense of free to be yourself. Because I think on one hand, like there's two different strategies to like kind of like male and female raising. The kind of the mother-father strategy is that I think sometimes that the mother, when, you know, mothers can be too kind of like, you know, loving, too, you know, they don't let them become free. They're very clingy, you know, like the archetype of the devouring mother. But on the other hand, there's also the father dynamic of, you know, like I think of it as the archetype of the king that doesn't want to give the crown to the prince. They don't want to give up the throne, so they keep the prince kind of down. Like I'm thinking of like I don't know, like, you know, Hamlet or something like that, where the older sort of like king kind of takes over and they don't want the younger son to kind of take over. So there's a sense where there's also that emasculation coming from men who don't want to themselves be emasculated by their younger pupils. So they intentionally kind of put them down a bit so that they never rise up farther than they do. So I think that, you know, what you're saying, Franklin, is definitely true. And I think that a problem with a lot of men is that they feel like, you know, they have to kind of follow this alpha guru, that they have to have an Andrew Tate or a, you know, or a Logan Paul or one of these kind of like influencer men to sort of show them the way. And I think true masculinity is sort of like finding it within yourself and saying, you know, screw you. I'm going to define my masculinity on my own terms. And I don't care what anybody else actually says. And having that confidence to just be yourself and be authentic. And it's nothing to do with, lifting weights or how tough you are or any of that stuff. It's basically whatever type of man you are, whether you're a jock, whether you're a nerd, whether you're a sensitive guy, whether you're scientific and rational, whatever kind of guy you are, you're just being masculine and saying, this is my masculinity, and whatever it is, I'm going to own it and be proud of it, regardless of what society says. That is what being a man, in my opinion, is really about. And I think, and not to be sexist, I think it's the same thing for women too, just to be, cover all the bases.
It's very interesting. I'm going to tell you guys a joke that my friend John told me in 1992. Was it 92, 93? Anyway, John, no, I think it was like 1991. He told me this joke. And it stuck with me my whole life. And I think the joke basically defines what we're talking about. It's a very short joke. It goes like this. How does a real man know when he makes a woman come? A real man doesn't care. And it's like it shows that masculine presence of like, I really don't give a shit about anything else, what anybody else thinks. This is me, this is who I am, this is what I do, I'm doing my thing. If you don't like it, who gives a damn? That's I think what you're talking about, Cosmic, that real like masculine energy. It's like a pole, it's stuck in the ground. This is what I am, where it's not going to dance around any other pole, because I am my own pole, right? And so like that silly little joke that I found funny as a teenager, which is still funny if you think about it, is ironically telling us something quite deeply, profoundly insightful about the masculine energy. And I could see this as a child because I was studying the occult. So that joke really made for me, I was thinking about like, wow, like a big phallus, a shivling, the central axis mundi around which everything revolves. That's the symbol of masculine energy. And what it represents is it's a rod that doesn't move. It's fixed. It's rooted. So the man is like supposed to root the woman, like literally. He roots the woman. That's like in South Africa, And when the man's rooting the woman's rooting for the man, right? Go, yeah, go. Oh, yeah, go. She's a cheerleader, right? Think about this. Like, who's the woman going to root for? She's going to root for the man that's rooting her. And root is a metaphor for having sex, by the way. A man roots a woman. So when the man is rooting the woman, she is his cheerleader and she's rooting for him. And so that whole energy of the woman will beautify the world. She will transform. She will initiate the man into becoming a better man. She'll be his cheerleader, cheering him on. And in that process of her being that cheerleader, cheering him on, she becomes a better woman. And in the man, in the process of just rooting and just being being solid and being stoic, the woman will make him a better man. Does that make sense? So like the masculine and the masculine and feminine principles, and bearing in mind, women have masculine energy and men have feminine energy. So men have to find that balance. And I think that balance is what women look for in a man. When a man is in tune with both his feminine energy and his masculine energy, then his masculine energy is not trying to overpower anything. A lot of those men out there that are, like you're saying, Cosmic, trying to push other men down. The only reason those men are trying to do that to men is because they're insecure, right? And there is nothing less sexy to a woman than an insecure man. That simple, right? All these men that are spending all their time in the gym bodybuilding to get big muscles, they're doing that because they're insecure. They don't know it, but that's probably the driving force for like 95% of them. Maybe some of them aren't. So those guys don't understand why they're not getting the girls, because the woman like you're insecure, mate. They can sense it. A woman has an intuitive sense. She doesn't have to do a checklist to figure out what's going on. If she's in tune with her divine feminine, she can sense intuitively and smell this man's insecurity. Where women are attracted to men that are like secure within themselves. And like you say, cosmic, they're not bothered about all that other nonsense. If they lift weights, they do it because they enjoy it. That's the only reason a man should ever lift weights. He enjoys the feeling of lifting weights. He enjoys the way it makes his body feel. He enjoys the burn. And if he literally enjoys it, then he's doing it for the masculine reasons. If he's lifting weights so that he's got a nice big build body to show off, he's doing it for feminine reasons. And so I think that's like basically it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there could be something to this. Personally, I feel like there is what you said. There's a bifurcation that can happen where people make these assumptions because the vast majority of men that seek good appearances are probably doing this out of insecurity because they don't think they're good enough, which I also think is probably the reason why women want to look really good and increasingly better, because they don't think they're ever going to be good enough. And so they're constantly trying to get thinner and more attractive looking. But then you have those women that are vain because they want to be in like better health and have better longevity. And I think you usually see a difference between these women. The ones that do it because of their insecurities of their appearance or their attractiveness tend to become more dainty and kind of helpless. Whereas the ones that are more doing this because they're kind of insecure about their longevity, maybe they have like predispositions to a lot of conditions. They think they're not going to live very long unless they get into the best health possible. And so those women tend to be more strong women, where they're going to be like kind of like almost weightlifting women. They're not really trying to look like dainty and helpless to be attractive. They're trying to become strong and high vitality so that they can have a long life of being in full health. But at the same time, I feel like there could also be amongst this population a bifurcation in which some of them want to become strong so that they can protect themselves because they're scared and insecure that they're going to be attacked by a man. So they want to become strong so that they can never become vulnerable or weak. And so at the same time, they might look to be the same kind of person, but they might have different motivations that come from different types of insecurities. And so when you have men that are trying to be in full health because they have so many predispositions to chronic fatal conditions that they want to avoid dying young in sickly conditions so that they want to get into the best physical health they can be in, versus the men that don't think they're good enough for women and they need to like look better, as if women really even cared about that kind of a thing. Whereas they could probably do a lot better if they worked more on trying to make a woman feel good than making himself pleasing to her eyes. So I think a lot of men have not really been well clued in on what women want. And a lot of people have told me that I don't even think women know what they want. And it's true. Women don't really analyze things like a man does and come to rational conclusions about what they actually want or what makes them feel good. They just know when they feel good. And it's hard for them to explain what makes them feel good. They just recognize the feeling of like, oh, this is the kind of person that makes me feel good. I don't know what they're doing that's make it so, but that puts me in a better place to feel better about myself. And so for a lot of women, that's not always going to be the same thing. It's going to be all the different things. So for a guy to try to figure out what that is, it's going to be almost next to impossible. So if he goes around to interview 7 women and the first one says, oh, it makes me feel good when he compliments me about my appearances. And he goes to the next one and says, it makes me feel good. She'll say, when he puts me down and makes me feel submissive and passive, but then wants me to be his servant and like do what he wants. And so that's what I want to do, because I would like want to be in a role where I don't have to be in control. I can just take direction. And so those are totally different opposite things. And there's so many more of those. So it's going to be hard for men to really pin down what could I actually really do to make a woman feel good. But I found men have been able to do this by learning how to break it all down into like different types of women and how to analyze like what type of women are they and how am I going to make this particular type of woman feel good. And the way that they do that is through simple questions. Like if you were on a desert island and you could only have like one thing or three things, what would those three things be? And according to their answers about this simple interrogation, which seems kind of like not very intimidating, it's just kind of a basic get to know you kind of a question, men could then figure out how they could manipulate those women. And so I feel like that's really what it is for men. And I don't really feel like I fall into this category, because for me, manipulating or exploiting somebody by playing a game and telling them what they want to hear is never a role I've ever wanted to play. I've always just valued being authentic, valued trying to find somebody that sees me for who I really am and appreciates how I truly am, instead of me being able to pretend like I'm a certain way in order to get a reward. I've never really valued that, and I think men are supposed to do that. I think that's what men are rewarded for, being able to submit from being able to just be authentic all the time to actually becoming a servant to women about what they're supposed to say and do in order to be able to get the reward of their attention. And I feel like women have always had that power over us. And though men are very insecure about that, and so they want to be the ones that are strong and have the money and the power, and really are deluding themselves, because women have the ultimate power. And I've been moving furniture for decades in my life, and anytime when there's a decision that needs to be made on the sales floor at the furniture business where we're selling furniture in the store, or at the house where something needs to go when it's being delivered, the man can never really necessarily make any choices. He always has to say, oh wait, I have to see if my better half really wants to get this. I can't just buy it, because if I get this and she doesn't want it, I'm gonna have to bring it back. Or if I tell you to put this in there and she wants me to have to move it, I don't want to have to move it myself. I want you to just put it where she's gonna want it to go. So ultimately, I feel like it comes out in that kind of line of business that you start to realize that the men actually don't have any power. They're the servant of the woman, and their role is to like build up all this money in a nest egg for the woman to then use his money to do what she wants to do. And she is the one that decides what kind of furniture they're going to get, where it's going to go, all this stuff. Whereas the man, if he were to just buy what he wants and put it together, it'd be like you said, it'd be like a freaking workshop. It'd be like, oh, honey, this is terrible. This looks like a freaking like factory. What the hell are you doing? Like, we need to make this house into a home. And so I feel like the women have this secret power over us, and it's not really known to us. They don't teach us about this, but I've discovered this, and I think a lot of people have as well.
I agree. Women definitely rule the home. There's no doubt about that. And that's interesting, because like a woman will rule the home, and I think they're meant to, because like the men are supposed to rule in their place and the woman's supposed to rule in their place. The home is the rulership of the woman, right? Where does the man rule? When the man goes out and he's doing business now he rules. And the woman is, yeah, but what about? He's like, no, this is what I'm doing, right? This is money, this is business, this is what I'm doing. He's got his business that's how it's been. So the man, for example, the woman would rule the home, the man would go out and rule the animals and the animal husbandry, right? And rule the bulls and rule the fields, right? Make sure that that's like productive. The man would rule over the weapons, and like so like I think it's always been like a balanced system. Like we are taught to believe that women were just pushed down and suppressed. Propaganda. Women were not just necessarily pushed down and suppressed. Women have always ruled the home, and they've never not ruled the home. Whether men accepted and understood that was happening, it was happening. Like you say, like it's always been that way. And I think it's sort of like, in a sense, it's meant to be that way, like you say, because like otherwise we'd all be living in factories.
It's true. Yeah, I feel that. And I had an ex that when I invited her to come stay with me, she was like, oh, when I come to stay with you, can you like let me redecorate everything? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I never really did like pack all my stuff up and let her like redecorate everything. And she eventually just left and was like, all right, I gotta get my own place and decorate it the way I want to do it. And you can't even come over. So I started to get an inkling at that point, like, if I really want a girl to stay here, I need to get rid of all this junk and like let her like have carte blanche on like what goes where and like what things look like and how it's gonna be. So that was a good learning experience for me, I think, you know. And she was a little older, so I'm not necessarily trying to be in a like a really like lifetime commitment with the older women necessarily, because like I want to be with somebody that's like at least the same age as me, um, so that we can live together and like live old together, get old together. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to be tending to the bed of like a geriatric older women when I'm like still young and vital. So you know, it was a good learning experience for me to, if I find the keeper, what I need to not do wrong going forward. But I've been thinking a lot about my ex-fiance who's a lot younger than me. And so I've been trying to stay younger because, you know, she's got a big place in my heart. And also my son is like the biggest thing. He's only 6 years old. And my grandfather only lived to 52 years old. I wish I had got to meet him. He's the biggest inspiration in my life. Huge. Like, you see behind me? There's a telescope right here. He made telescopes. He built his own telescopes. He had made a satellite telescope from outer space called Project Hexagon. He was a spy for America and Japan. Like, everything that I value in the world is, like, based on him. And I never got to meet him 'cause he didn't value his health, and he died young because he liked to eat red meat and drink. So, I don't wanna do that to my son. And, like, if he has kids, I wanna be able to meet my grandkids, you know? So, for me, Um, as far as like insecurity about my appearances and stuff, that might be a thing. I've never really been that good with women. I've always like never known what to say. And probably a good thing. I don't want to be the kind of person that knows what to say just to get what I want out of the deal. You know what I mean? I want to be the kind of person that meets somebody that's compatible with me and we really hit it off. We don't have to try to play games to try to be well liked and understood and attracted to each other. So we'll see how it plays out for me. I mean, I'm not really exactly young anymore. I'm like coming into middle age. I turned 44 this year. So at this point I've got a son. I'm like, that's really what I need. I don't need to have I've had my fun in life with women and stuff, you know. I don't need to have a companion in life. I'm happy with my solitude, you know, writing books and doing all the things that I do, helping my community and stuff. So if it comes to me, it comes. But I mean, maybe I
That's
should be
the
more driven.
masculine attitude.
Yeah, you know.
That's the attitude that attracts women.
Yeah,
Isn't
I
that
think
ironic?
I don't really notice when they're attracted. They're like trying to flick their hair, and I'm just like walking by. I'm like, whatever, you know. But I gotta start paying attention to these cues a little more, maybe, or something, and play the assertive role when it's the right time and the right one.
Well, you know, just like sometimes it's really good to just be yourself. You know, like I'm really attracted to you. I want to like rip your clothes off. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, see,
There it
the
is.
thing is, like, I've been guarded to
Well, I'm
say that.
thinking I'm not going to pretend. I'm
the
not going
wrong
to pretend that I want to rip your clothes off. I'm not going to pretend that I'm like thinking that that furniture looks perfect. I'm not going to pretend. This is what it is. This is me.
Right.
Take it or leave it. You know, that's not all I'm about. But right now, that's what I'm thinking. Would you like me to be honest with you about what I'm really thinking? There we go. A woman want honest men. We're going to get you into trouble.
That's the element that I've never really been able to put forth because I've always been assuming that, like, if I were to say things about how I really feel, that's gonna push them away because they don't want some guy that they don't really know trying to like make moves on them and stuff. But I think they kind of do. Like, they want to know that we want to, but they don't want us to try to do it. So I think for me, there's like a delineation there where it's like I need to like let them know how I feel. I don't need to act on it yet because we're still getting to know each other. There's a lot of shades of gray that I need to like weed through and understand like stuff.
I think it's also important to kind of understand the nature of what you feel, because something I've been thinking about lately, there's this kind of common trope that it's like, you know, women are emotional and, you know, men are physical. And I kind of want to like, I think we need to question that, because I've been thinking lately it's not so much for like in terms of my, you know, what I want in a partner, for example. For me, I kind of realized it's not so much that I, you know, prefer the physical. I realize that for me, the physical is emotional. In a sense, there's a part where that physical connection is where you as a man are able to reach that emotional connection because I think for a man, you know, if a woman compliments them, there's something that kind of feels sort of hollow and cheap, because anybody can say you look handsome. Anybody can say, you know, you got a hot body, but to actually physically touch and commit to that, you feel like, oh, this woman actually means what she says. When she says that I'm an attractive man, she's not just saying it to flatter me or to be polite in the conversation. She actually means that. And I think in a lot of ways, we've been told as men that, you know, your physical urges are just this emotionless, lustful, you know, malevolent, derogatory way. And I think just for men, you know, we lose a lot of self-esteem because of that, because we kind of tend to think, because I think when it comes to the emotion of lust, I don't think that lust cancels out love. You know what I mean? I think in a lot of sense in relationships, there's usually a combination of both. Maybe in some sense there's more lust, maybe there's some more love, but usually it's never completely, you know, one or the other, right? So I think by understanding that, I think there's something important in regarding that. Because I think one of the reasons that, you know, you realize as a man that you get nervous around a woman is because there's this shame of like, oh my God, this woman is attractive, I'm aroused, and oh my God, I'm objectifying this woman and I'm terrible. Then you create that awkwardness because you're in this state of, do I, you know, go for my desired attractions, or do I ignore it for some kind of political, you know, correctness or, you know, being polite? And I think just recognizing in that moment that there's nothing wrong with these feelings that you're having, because I think to me, there's nothing wrong with lust. It's when it's devoid of love that it's a problem. Because I think about like someone who's like, for example, like let's say you're a guy at a bar and you see a really attractive woman, and you know, maybe you're really interested, maybe like you're a Christian guy and you really like her cleavage, you like her breasts, they're large, and that's why you're attracted to her. And from that moment, it's lust. But you think about it, if they get married in a church and they become a couple, and then they have sex to reproduce, and the man is still attracted for that same physical reaction is now considered love because of a religious piece of paper. Because it's like, and I ask myself, is this relationship really built on love, or is it still based on lust under some kind of weird, like, you know, under the guise of religion and love? And like, because sometimes I don't know if like the words are actually like, does that really make it, you know, a real relationship? So I think when it comes to, you know, feelings and stuff like that, like the Fae have really like helped me out with this, like helping me understand, you know, my relationship with women and how I feel. And that I think that if you can understand that when you physically desire a woman, like you see she's attractive or something, and you might think, oh my God, you know, I'm sexist, I'm objectifying this woman, I'm terrible, I'm only interested in the physical, and I'm not interested in her emotional or mental or spiritual aspects, and I'm this terrible I'm this terrible misogynist pig, I'm disgusting, I'm gross, and boy, do I feel ashamed of myself. But you have to also think about like why you're attracted to certain physical aspects of a person. And you start to realize from an occult perspective that there are certain symbolic realities of a woman. Like you think about, why do men like women with, you know, large breasts? Because you think about it, you know, breasts are used to feed children, and men are attracted to women that have a nurturing quality. That you want somebody that nurtures you, not someone that, you know, is parasitic or hurts you in a way. And that breasts, they kind of represent like a symbolic, it's like a symbolic representation of that nurturing psychological quality manifested in physical form. And then you start to realize like, oh wait, there's deeper reasons. And then it's almost like once you start realizing that, you start to understand the deeper psychological and emotional reasons you're attracted. And then the physical aspects don't matter as much, because you acknowledge like, you know, why this is. And I was even thinking too about like, why do men, just from a purely aesthetic level, like, you know, like wide hips? And I'm thinking about like, you know, if you're a child and you want to incarnate into a womb, wouldn't you rather incarnate into a womb that's wide and spacious rather than one that's tight and cramped and confining? And I also think about it like in terms of a relationship. You want a woman that allows you to be expansive and to grow and to, you know, have potential itself, rather than being in a tight and confined space where you can't grow and you can't develop. It's some, by looking at and I understand your desires, and you start to understand that they're sort of like this conversation, psychological and emotional correspondences to those sort of physical attributes. So I think in a lot of ways, I think that helps mitigate the shame, and it helps you understand your attraction in a more healthy way. Because I think that in a lot of ways, there's kind of shame on the one hand from the kind of the Christian, you know, sex is evil side. But I think there's also a lot of shame from the kind of this, you know, this radical feminist side that says that all men are misogynists and rapists and stuff like that. And I think a lot of men, because they talk about, you know, we're tough and we don't care about it, you know, but I think we don't really talk about, like, you know, that it's kind of hurtful to be called. It's hurtful to be called a rapist when you try to be respectful and you try to be kind and understanding and you try to be, you know, try to listen to them, and that these women still tell you you're a pig and that you're terrible. And you realize you're being called you're a pig and terrible just because you want physical intimacy with someone. And you realize, you know, what a head trip that is. So I think it's important, like, we have to realize that I think as men, we put a lot of unnecessary shame and guilt because of, you know, our natural feelings, that if we take the time and really investigate them, they're not as malicious and malevolent as you necessarily think they are. And we should give ourselves a little more forgiveness for having these sort of physical desires, and realizing that they don't necessarily come from a malevolent or even a hateful place or even a lustful place. That sometimes that I think we have certain emotional needs and emotional desires, and that sometimes we sort of subconsciously see those reflected in the physical attributes of the person that we're attracted to. And I think women in a sense do this too. Like, you think about the reason, like, you know, why do women, you know, like a strong man, is because they also want someone who's emotionally strong. They see, in a sense, they see those physical muscles as a symbolic representation of emotional resilience, right? So when you start to understand how your desire towards physical attributes seem to have direct correspondence to sort of emotional and psychological dimensions, I think from that perspective, as a man, you can start to kind of forgive yourself a little more, because I think that's an important part of the conversation.
Absolutely. And somebody in the comments was asking if shadow work is important and self-mastery are important for relationships. And I wanted to mention that there's a thing called Jungian creative imagination workshops, which I also mentioned in the comments. But through this creative imagination workshop, you can work on becoming more in tune with your inner anima for a man, or your inner animus for a woman, which is the inner female or the inner male, respectively. And so what happens is, when we have this idea of like the ideal woman that we want, we kind of impose our inner ideal of like our partner, what our partner should be, onto the people we meet. And so when we meet somebody, we think to ourselves like, oh, this is like the perfect one for me because she looks like how I expect a woman to be and like what I want for a partner. And so in a lot of ways, we use the anima or the animus to kind of cover up what that person really is. And we just kind of like make these assumptions that like, oh, they're going to be fitting into my mold of like what I want in a partner. And by doing this, we can kind of like overlook some of the incompatibilities that are kind of standing out just because we're focused on certain aspects. But if you really want to work on having a good relationship, if you're versed in self-mastery, this would be one of the things that you should move towards after working on the self and developing self-love. Move towards creative imagination workshops and understanding that we need to come to a deeper understanding with the inner opposite self, opposite gender and sex self that we have within ourselves. And through the creative imagination workshop, you go into like a meditative state and imagine yourself having adventures with your inner other self. And through that inner other self, you become whole because you've become into a sacred union with your inner other self, and then no longer have to portray it onto someone else in the outside world. You're then whole, and you've integrated the subtle gender aspects of the opposite gender within your own being. And that's considered to be the triune aspect, where you have like the opposite pillars of like masculine and feminine, which are complementary aspects that are now being unified into a central pillar where you are both now. And it's not the way you appear in your appearances, it's the way that you can be able to use for like coping mechanisms and things. You're no longer restricted to the limitations of only using masculine ways to go about solving your situations, or only using feminine ways to solve your situations, or deal with your world around you and stuff. So one of the ways in which this can be displayed in an example is like men are supposed to only be assertive, and women are only supposed to be indirect. But through making yourself whole and integrating these two different poles into yourself to make the triune aspect, as I mentioned earlier, or the sacred union, then a man would be able to also use assertive ways like he's supposed to as a masculine man, but as well he can then use an indirect approach to complement that, and so have both of those means of being able to come to a better place through problem solving and coping mechanisms, that they can then use a more well-rounded way of going about things, and will not always have to use a direct confrontation to be able to work things out. They could also allow people to have their space, come up with a plan. Maybe we could have a sit down and maybe write down what we wanted to say each other, and then give each other a letter, things like that. Those kind of things have been really good in conflict resolution for me in previous experiences, because when people are trying to fight each other and they're always right and the other person's always wrong, they never hear each other. But when you can actually, if you're willing to sit down and write down what you're trying to express to the other person, and they're willing to read it, then you got to keep her, But the people that are just kind of push themselves on each other, where you're never going to be right, they're always going to be the one that's right, it's going to be a difficult situation to come to conflict resolution, to come to understanding with each other. Not to say it's impossible or it's worth giving up on, but sometimes you have to let go of the ones that are just going to not really appreciate who you are and what you have to offer, and you can find somebody else that will. But sometimes people end up in a codependent relationship where they don't feel like they can have anything better. They're just going to stick with what they have. And this is something I've been predisposed to. I think my parents kind of have done that to a degree. Not to demonize it or anything or put it down, but I think it's good to, when we can have the wisdom to understand we're seeing things that are toxic in ourselves that may have been passed down to us, we can then awaken to that and then work towards a better path where we can actually walk away from being desperate and settling for something that's not in our best interest. And we can find somebody that really appreciates us for who we are and doesn't make us feel like we have to change into something that we're not. But sometimes it's good to be willing to change a little bit for something that you might not be yet, but something you do want to be. But definitely not to change into something that doesn't appeal to you. That's never really a good situation, I would think.
I'm listening to what everybody's saying here, and I just arrived back, putting my boy into bed, and he was having a little bit of a projectile moment. Too much sweets, too much chocolate, too much in. Ay. Okay, well, it's Easter weekend. He's eaten more sweets than he should have. And I was laughing at him like, yeah, you ate too much sweets. He was like, yeah, Dad, I ate too much sweets. He's quite mature about it. But, something that was said here, well, you were talking about the shadow. And, what my beautiful better half is saying here as well is so on point. I think the problem in relationships come about because of the fundamental lack of shadow work. And the fundamental lack of shadow work starts to manifest as a desire for control. And so you'll find within a relationship, when you have these problems of control, where two people are trying to control each other, or one person's trying to control another person, that's usually because they are not appreciating that person to be who that person is, right? And so we often become the ones that aren't appreciating, right? I think that that's the key. It's like in a relationship, if we haven't done our own shadow work, then we will, that desire to control, we will want to act it out and externally, instead of realizing that the desire to control is actually to control ourselves. And when we start doing that shadow work, and we start realizing that when we have a desire to control, it's ourselves we really want to control. When you have two conscientious people that do this, then they meet each other halfway, and they're not trying to inflict their own shadow upon each other. And I think this is what causes a lot of the problems in relationships, is because of a lack of shadow work. People feel that need to control, and they think, oh, it must be you I need to control. Instead of like, no, I need to control myself so that I can overcome my shadow, because I have shadow impulses. And so I think that that's a big part, like the self-control versus control on the outer plane, which is probably like a massive reason for a lot of relationships not being functional and not being productive and spiritually aligning. And when the desire for control is no longer the baseline, then when you give up the desire to want to control someone, then you suddenly get the desire for them to grow, right? And that's like the other side of the coin. And I think that when you've been doing the shadow work, you have the desire for yourself to grow. When you start to practice self-control to the point where you can look at yourself and not just react like, oh, my natural reaction is to just blah, blame and blame. Control that impulse. Look within ourselves and go, oh, hold on, what is this? And then realize, okay, there's a part of me that wants to grow. And so when we're focused on our own spiritual growth and development, we start to project that outwards. We're then no longer wanting to control the other person. We want them to grow. And then they want you to grow and you want them to grow. And it becomes like a mutually supportive relationship of wanting the best for that person rather than wanting them to be the best for us. And I think that's where it comes down to it. Selfishness. And I think that we become shellfish, and a little bit shellfish, when we haven't done the self analytics and the self contemplation and the self sort of observation, which is the key to to successful shadow work. So I think that is like, I think shadow work is the key to all relationships, interestingly enough. And you know, also what you were saying earlier, Cosmic, when I was leaving the space as well, was also like really, there's a certain amount of insight there, you know, with the emotions, with us looking for, is that a car alarm or house alarm? It's a house alarm. When we're looking for some kind of emotional quality, and we start looking for it on the physical plane. And that's got to do with that, like seeing the correspondences between physical and emotional and spiritual, and becoming fixated and not recognizing why we're drawn to that. The shadow work fulfills that connection, because we start to recognize why we're looking for certain qualities in a human being, and we accept that those qualities are what will help us to grow. And then we then naturally bring the qualities to that person that will help them to grow. So I think like that's really what the story is about in relationships, right? The ability to relate, right? Like that the other person's story is as important as your story. And there's no like one story is the most important story. What they feel is as important as what you feel. Their desires are as important as your desires. And to get to that point of wanting to be the best that you can be for someone else, I think there has to be selflessness. I think most people are too selfish. to get to that point. And I think that defines where we're at, because selfishness is a big part of the problem in modern society, because we spend too much time self-gratifying, right? Turn on the television, entertainment, self-gratification. Go into social networking, self-gratification. Men and women alike, they're gratifying themselves all the time, and they're not thinking outside of themselves. And this is probably why Indy, and this is food for thought, huh? The younger people's relationships don't work because they haven't got children. What? I think it's when we become parents, we go to a next level of maturity, of having to be selfless, because there's a child that's more important than you. And so that attitude, once you learn that attitude of like, I'm not the most important thing, I'm just as important, then when you meet a woman, you can relate to, okay, like, so she's also important. Like, my child's important, she's important. But before you have a child, there tends to be more selfishness within the heart. And I think like that's a very interesting point, why a lot of the relationships work. They work better between more mature people. And with the younger people, they just bounce in and out of relationships. And they just go through these trends, and they'll tell you about the lists of narcissists and this and that. And it's usually when people are younger and they haven't gone through enough self-critique. Anyway, those are my thoughts. What do you think, Indy, Cosmic? What do you guys think about
Indy? I have a question for you in regards to shadow work, because I've been thinking about my relationship with the Fae that I work with, that these entities have been kind of doing a kind of shadow work essentially on me, because when working with the Fae, it's like, it's interesting, having a relationship with a being that can read your thoughts and pretty much not only knows your thoughts, but can like probe into memories and aspects of yourself you forgot. And not only that, like basically probe into the parts of your mind that you're basically too afraid to show the entire world, the deepest, darkest parts of yourself, and pretty much showing you a completely different perspective on how you look at yourself. So my question is do you know about any literature, or you have any insights on the idea of using entities and guides to help aid in the process of shadow work, in the sense of them kind of offering a perspective on your shadow self and how to understand it?
Yeah. Theurgy, the use of a deity that you can call in to help provide to you what you seek, has been helpful for me. When I've used mantra to Shiva to help me embrace the transformation, to become something more, and a mantra to Ganesh to remove obstacles that prevent me from that transformation. Those things have allowed me to surrender and then be willing to come into a new space where I can then turn over a new leaf and become welcoming of advice, and lower down my egoism and defensiveness, so that I'm then not pushing away what I need to hear. And the problem is that the things that stop us from being able to transform, and the obstacle that stops us, is denial. We usually hold denial. Like, we'll tell ourselves, like, you'll be able to tell if you get defensive about something, when somebody says you're like this, and you're like, no, I'm really not, because this. That means that you are. Now, if somebody says, I think you're like this, and you're like, really? I could be. Tell me more. If you're open to it, you're probably not. So there's a clue right there. It's kind of a subtle thing, but that's just one little aspect of it. But as far as like literature on it, I feel like I don't know if there's too much literature. That I'm sure there is, but that I'm familiar with, about using like other realmly beings to be able to help you do this. But you could be the one to start to write that book. You know what I mean? If you have experience with that, and
I
you
guess
start
that's
to
a good point. That's
some
another
research on it.
application that I never really thought about before. Because one thing I've noticed with working with the Fae is they've allowed me to look at myself with a level of honesty and objectivity that I would never be able to do on alone, because I think even when you're honest with yourself, it's very hard to sort of overcome your own emotional biases and your mental hangups. And, the Fae will just tell me things and just with brutal honesty. And I can't lie to them because these beings can literally read my thoughts and the feelings that are behind them. It's like they see you just truly naked in a way that you're more so that you realize not taking your clothes off is not what true nudity actually is. Like, they look at you at a deeper level, and there's something very profound about that. And I think that's why the relate, and I think it also ties in what Franklin was talking about earlier about how, we're so, selfish in our society. And I think with working with these entities, it's almost, and I think probably why this effect happens in a lot of religions is that there's definitely a humility that comes, because I think when you're dealing with people, you can kind of hide in your ego, and you can kind of, hide in your imagination and kind of create like a little diorama world for yourself in your own head. But entities are kind of there to like call out your bullshit even in the depths of your own subconscious, and force you to be honest with yourself in a way, because it's like they can see it. They know. It's like you can't lie to them because it's like they can see it. And it's even harder to lie to yourself. And there's that kind of like, brutal honesty that comes with that. So, and I think maybe that's why some people are skeptical or don't want to believe that spirits exist, because they don't want that part. They want that sanctity of their mind kind of kept in place. And I was thinking earlier, Zaralath was talking about the idea of thinking of your imagination and your mind as a mind palace. But I was hearing like Sliz whispering me, no, it's better to say a mind garden. And the reason you think about a garden is that between a garden and a palace is that a palace is enclosed. Like, there's walls, there's a dome, it's an insular sort of, mental environment. But a garden is sort of open. It's like there's a recognized space that you can cultivate and you can sort of control. Like, you can plant a bush here. Maybe you can like install a koi pond in the corner of the garden. But ultimately surrounding the garden is a forest, a wild forest. And that's like the way I basically kind of conceive that, that mental realm. So I think in a lot of ways that, we think about in the West, we've been kind of told to be like, radically, individualistic. And I think also, in terms of this culture right now, and that a lot of people are having a difficult time, finding a partner, finding someone to sort of be with. So I think with entities, there's also that application of having that kind of that synergistic experience with another consciousness that doesn't necessarily, so one can still at least get those occult benefits, right? So yeah, I think that's really like an important application when it comes to like healing and, understanding yourself, is that it has to also be sort of a dialogue with either external entities in the physical world or the spirit world. But either way, and I think the thing about the spirit world is that within the world of flesh and, other people, you can hide inside your brain. I can say words and I can say, things to you, and you can believe them. But in my head, I can basically, you'd be like, you don't necessarily know if I'm telling the truth or not. But with an entity, it's like they kind of like, they can see through your nonsense, for the most part. It's like, if you're willing to be honest with them and you're not trying to like, pull one over on them. So I think that in that when we're talking about shadow work, I think that those sort of perspectives on oneself that aren't necessarily those external, third person perspectives of ourselves, I think having those point of views is really important in learning and understanding the nature of one's shadow. Because I think the other reason it's so hard or difficult to actually look at those parts of ourselves that are unfavorable is that I think, especially in the spiritual community too, there's this emphasis that, we want to think of ourselves as enlightened, and we want to think of ourselves as these benevolent, compassionate beings that, can never do wrong. And we kind of want to ignore those darker parts of ourselves because it contradicts that desired image of who we want to be. It's like we want to think of ourselves as angels, but we deny maybe those parts of ourselves that are a little more demonic, because we don't want to see ourselves as demonic. We want to think of ourselves as angels. But, you know, and so by having a more honest perspective and not kind of putting yourself up to certain like expectations, I think that there's, you know, an easier way. Because I think when it comes to introspection and shadow work, there's a lot of kind of man-made barriers from like relationships and religions that other people have kind of put in there that kind of obfuscate and confuse the process. And by kind of like removing all of those sort of corrupting influences and kind of getting like sort of a raw perspective, because that's what I really like about the Fae. It's like they don't really kind of like, they don't really cut the bullshit. Like they'll say something, like they'll be honest about it, they'll be blunt, they're not going to be like say it in a nice way, but they're not going to be like, you know, demonic either, and just be kind of like, you know, it's just kind of like, you know, just like an animal. Like, you know, when you're, you know, around an animal is very honest with you. It doesn't really like, you know, because I think that's what really like separates us, is like our ability to deceive with language. Well, I guess if you think about it, animals do that too. But yeah.
I think that's a big point. Honesty. I think Ori, no. I think that's a big part of what's wrong in the world. And that honesty, just to bring this back, how can we be there for another human being so that they can grow? So that we can grow through the process of being there for them so that they can grow. So that we can grow, so that they can grow. And honesty. And I think that's the whole core value of shadow work. The whole shadow is based upon we're lying to ourselves. And we're deluding ourselves. And so shadow work involves being really directly honest with ourselves. And when we are able to be very honest with ourselves, we learn to be more sincere with a partner. And so that honesty that we direct towards within ourselves, then Ori becomes Ori. No. He's being cheeky. I gave them some snacks, and so he's trying to take the little one snacks.
Yeah, I wanted to answer your question before when you have a minute, Frank. But go on.
Well, I'll just finish in a second. I think that level of honesty is what is the message on the board here, right? It's about self-mastery. And what is self-mastery? It's honing, like honing a blade. And honing a blade is about honing honesty. So I think that's the key. You know, it's pretty much the whole of the story. We're not honest enough. Yeah, dear brother.
Yeah, I want to answer your question, but Cosmic asked another question, but I wish we could do a raise hands things and put things in line in the show, but it's working out all right today. With my mango extract, I can remember all my different trains of thought, thank God. But no, I've been in situations where there's a kid at play, and I learned that I'm not the most important, and the kid always comes first. And this is a good thing because, you know, now that I'm a father, and even before I was a father, I wanted to learn how to be a good father. And I wanted to understand that, you know, the children are in a place where they're very impressionable. And like I was neglected when I was young, and I didn't want to ever put anybody in that place. So I was one of the kids to be able to get the attention they need and have their parent be there for them. But one of the things that I've noticed is, like, in a relationship, you're there with let's say I'm with somebody that's got a kid, but I don't have any kids, right? In these situations that I've been in, I've been very patient to wait until we have our alone time, which usually is like, you know, after the kids get put to bed, then we get to do what we want to do. And sometimes it's a situation where, you know, she wanted to be able to have that alone time with me just as much as I wanted it with her. But she ended up becoming so worn down from the kids that at that point, when the time has come for us to finally have our fun together, she just kind of overworked and needs rest at that point, which is a really downer for me because I've been also waiting too, and I've been very patient, but I'm not, worked over yet. I'm like still anticipating like some really fun excitement now. But then I feel like I've been led on, and then there's nothing there for me, and I was kind of duped. But it makes me feel better when the time comes when she can say, listen, like I've been waiting for this like as much as you have or more, and like now we get to finally have our fun and we get to go do something that we wanted to do. And that could be anything. We go for a walk, we with a babysitter there to watch a kid or something, or we go out to a movie or dinner, or watch a movie together, or go into the bedroom and have some fun together and do some wild, passionate things that we've been waiting to do, and the anticipation makes it that much better. But I think sometimes you get into a situation where that time never comes. She's always too worn out. She's never gonna have enough energy for you. You're not gonna be important enough for her. Those times are disappointing, and you can end up in a codependent relationship with somebody like that, where they kind of tell you like, oh yeah, there's going to come a time when like I need you to like wait, but then we're going to be able to do fun things at some point. And if she never is able to really come around to make an effort to have that time or make that time for you, it's probably a situation where she just probably wants somebody to help her parent the kid. She doesn't want to be with somebody that's like you. So maybe you don't do it for her, but she just needs somebody to help her co-parent, and she's desperate, and she just needs somebody else to be there to like do something else while she has to do a million things. So I've been in that situation before a lot of times too. She just wants somebody to like help like share the deeds that she has to do for the kid, like somebody that's willing to like cook while she cleans or something like that. But she doesn't really actually want to spend any time with you when you're alone together. That's really a disappointment. I've been in those situations before. But I think sometimes that happens occasionally because she is a bit overworked. And if I had my own kid too, I would understand that more. But I never did before. And so even now, my kid's with his mother. I'm not really allowed to communicate with him or visit him or anything, and he's very far away. But what I really need to start to do is just write letters to him. I'll send one copy to her, whether he gets it or not. I'll keep a copy for myself. And when he turns 18, I can show him, look, I have all these letters. Did you ever get to see any of these? Did you ever get to read any of these? Because I sent them to you, and I could take a picture of the envelopes that I had sent them, picture of me, put them into mailbox, whatever needs to happen. I'm in a situation where, and I think a lot of fathers are in this similar situation potentially, where you don't know if the kids wants to see the father or even knows who the father is, or whether they've been able to receive any of the letters that were sent and things like this. So it's a difficult situation, and you have to go into the court system and try to fight, and like it's a battle for children and stuff. And I just don't, to me, anything having to do with the court is a racket. It's that they're going to try to make money and ruin everybody's life involved. I don't see any positive outcomes coming from that personally. But I feel like having an intermediary is a better situation. We have some kind of a lawyer contact them in person, so it's not just you or like a mutual friend. To me, that's a better situation. But if you need to go to a situation where you need to go to court to fight to be able to have a right to be able to see your kid or visit your kid or communicate with your child or something, so be it. I wish I had more of a drive to want to do that, but he's at a young age right now. My son's only 6, but I feel like when he becomes 7, it's going to be at the coming time next year, on February 6th, when he turns 7 years old. I'm going to need to make some kind of initiative to be able to see if I could have some kind of communication with him and push a little harder, because this just sucks. This is the thing that's going on with the society right now. Is this was never a thing before. This started with abortion. He was allowed to make sure the kids doesn't get born. Then after the abortion was legalized, child abuse went up by 10 times the amount. There was only like, I think, 10,000 cases of child abuse before abortion, and after abortion, there was 100,000 cases a year. So it just shows that like the regulation of the state on parenting just ruins families. And so after that, they started to take the children away from people because they were undeemed to be a parent or whatever, undeemable to be a parent. And then the kids disappear in the foster system, and it's not really a good situation. What we really need to be doing is helping the parent become a better parent, not take the child out of the picture. We need to make sure the parents go into rehabilitation, make sure the parents go into classes on how to become more mature emotionally and socially and occupationally and all this stuff. They don't provide any of that in our indoctrination. How do you learn how to get a job or housing? You have to learn completely separately from all of your education that you were given in school. So, that's wrong. That stuff needs to be addressed. And I feel like the things that are set up for us, they try to demonize the parents. They're the bad guy. So then they kind of make them feel that it's justified that their children are taken away from them. I don't think this is right. I feel like if somebody wants to be able to visit their kids, if there's like any type of abuse or physical abuse in the situation, I feel like somebody needs to step in as an intermediary. But I feel like if that's not the situation, there should be ways without having to go through the court process where social workers can just make it happen. It's just there's so much red tape involved with all this stuff. It's a nightmare. But as far as like a parent being involved, helping the people become like closer together because they have kids, I think that's definitely a thing. I feel like these younger generations, they don't understand. But once a woman has children, sometimes she's not that adamant about being in a physical relationship sometimes, because she then sees that there could be a consequence to having physical relations. That's going to be a burden to her. Not always the case, but sometimes women will come to that conclusion in that kind of condition where they don't really value having fun in the bedroom anymore because they realize, if I have another kid, it's going to be a total nightmare. I don't want to end up doing this again. So you have to realize, if you're getting with somebody that's in that situation and that's what you want, maybe it's not for the best. Maybe that would be kind of a codependent situation where you have different values now. She's not going to be in a place where she wants what you want anymore. She's going to want more just making her feel good, not making her feel good in the bedroom as much. So, I think you have to understand there's changes that can happen for either way, for things to become less exciting or they could become more exciting. And I feel like I mentioned earlier, if the female partner that's got a kid or vice versa, has the kid, and then you get your time to finally get the kid to, go to bed or be like in a place where they don't need to be tended anymore, then you have your time together, and then she's just as invested in having a personal excitement with you as you are with her, and the time's finally come and all that anticipation has been building. That makes things more exciting, and that makes things more fun. I feel like, you can only have sex like half a dozen or maybe a dozen times a day, like at best, when usually in the honeymoon phase or the beginning of a relationship. And it's kind of overkill, even at that. But like, even if you were to only have sex, like once a day or a couple times a day, that can become a little bit, the sex is going to be possibly getting like better if you have time to like wait for it, and then you want to make it worthwhile because you only get so many times. They say that the heart grows fonder with distance, and so like when you're not allowed to show your love, and then time comes for you to do it, your heart's grown fonder, you're going to show that love in a better way and more passionately. So that's how I feel about it. I feel like it should ultimately bring people closer together and make them more mature, learning to become more patient, because they're also willing to help that person with their needs to take care of a kid. And that's more of a giving nature versus just take. I want what I want, then I'm going to go or something. That's not very mature, and that's not really what people want. They don't want to be worked over for somebody to get what they want out of the deal and then bail on you. So if you're willing to put in a little work to like show that you care and help out, and then you get a reward afterwards, it's better for everybody. You get reward for doing something that was good. They show that it shows them that you care and that you're not just in there for what your needs are, for your impulses and your gratification. So I think it creates maturity in the process, and it helps people grow closer together, give them each other what they need.
Yeah, brother, I think that's it's a big part of the story, the whole issues, and these are issues that younger people have. I think that's the younger, when you're having young kids and stuff. When the children get older, the whole dynamic shifts a bit more. Yeah, I would say. But you know, I'm so sorry to hear that your son's mother isn't. It's just her deciding that she's not going to allow any contact. Is that right?
Yeah,
Because
I actually met the girl that took her away, and she told me, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna ask her for you if I'm not blocked from her, that whether she's willing to let you talk to your son." And she never did get back to me on that, but I was hopeful that
so
something would happen. But
was she living in the state where you're living now?
no, neither of them will. The mother of my child lived in Vermont, and she's back there now, living with her
So
parents.
she took your child away to go to another state.
Yeah, this other girl came and took her away. We were gonna go on a cross country road trip, and she wanted me to buy her a camper in her name. But I kept telling her, I'm gonna get me a camper, and then I'm gonna go on a cross country road trip with you and your son while you're pregnant with my son. So, she's trying to get me to work. She's trying to work me over to buy her something, which I felt like as soon as she gets this camper, she's gonna just take off. You know what I mean? I didn't want that to happen. I didn't want to lose my son and my family. So I wasn't going to submit to her whims, but I wanted to get her what she wanted. I wanted to have us a camper that we could all go adventure with. And before we were able to find the camper, we went and looked at a few that weren't a good option. A lot of them were like old and broke down, but it was a good price. We were trying to find one that was decent with a decent price. So we were going to get it. We were going to go on an adventure together. I was trying to finish my season as a groundskeeper at the golf course and stuff, so that I could get some funds together to buy that and afford the trip. And I was saving a bunch of money because I was living with my parents at the time. And after that, I actually ended up getting a car for her and my own place. And while we were still looking for a camper, and then at that point when I was starting to move into our place, and I was going to bring her with me, this other girl shows up from Texas and is like, "Oh, I'll take you on that road trip you wanted to go on." And instead of doing that, just took her back to her 1-bedroom apartment in Houston, Texas, in the freaking heat of Texas there, like with like no air conditioning, and shared one bathroom between 6 people. And she was like, "I can't do this. I got to go." So she was then flown back to Vermont with her parents at that point. And I never got to see her again. And if that girl hadn't come over here and took her from Texas to from North Carolina back to Texas, and then she flew back to Vermont, we would have been out living together,
The point I'm making though is like your son will it's important that he speaks to you. And what she's doing is not is child abuse.
Yeah, it is.
And you should report her for child abuse. It's unfortunate that you have to go through the courts, but child abuse is child abuse. And she's denying your child from communicating with the father, not because of abuse, right? Not because there's a past of abuse between you, I take it. Not because just because she's doing it. Now, in the event where, let's say, the father's violent and that would be acceptable. The father's a drunk, is an alcoholic, is violent. Okay, right?
Yeah.
But you're none of those things. So for her to be doing this isn't about you and her. It's child abuse. So that's really the angle that you need to go to the courts for. You need to make a case of child abuse because she's denying your child access to his father. And you have been trying to communicate, and you've got all the photocopies of all the letters you've sent, and she's not allowing you to speak to him. She's not allowing you in any way to communicate. She's not giving you feedback as to whether she's letting him have anything to relate to, because he's going to need a father. So yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. It's tough, man.
Yeah, she did that with her other son too, but he was a deadbeat, and he never paid child support, and he was on the run, and so it makes sense why she would do that with him. But I probably should have seen this coming, But if I end up, honestly, at this point, I'm not really interested in like having another family that much at this point, because I've seen what could happen to it. It's like discouraged me from like wanting to like even have a partner ever again, really. But just having a son is making me proud and giving me like a reason to live. So whether, and I'm like preparing for him to turn 18, then I could have the right to be able to see him. Then at that point, hopefully I'm still alive, he's still alive, my money's still around, that I'm saving up for him, college funds, maybe get him a car if he's like doing right and he's already working and stuff, or I'll teach him how to find work and save up and have money for himself to be able to keep a car or a home, and then I'll get him one or help him get one. But like, all the stuff that I've worked on is like things that I'm in the place to do by myself for my son. I do not want to use the state or the government to be able to have access to my son. I don't want to report people to the law and take them away from being able to be a mother to my son. I don't really believe in the institutions of our fallen patriarchal society. I don't want to participate with them. I don't want to be involved with them. That's my own decision. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to use
Fair
whatever
enough.
means I have, to do this for him. I've got a fund with way more money than I ever let myself use that I'm saving for him, and I've gone through a horrible financial situation where I've been very close to being evicted and losing my home and not being able to have my power kept on, have my power shut off, losing my vehicle. I lost all my jobs. Like, I've been in a horrible situation. I've had to borrow money for the first time in my life. And I could have just taken money out of the fund for my son anytime. But he's that important to me where I'm just not going to do that. I'd rather be homeless and have money for my son than be in a place where I could just be comfortable and sit and watch TV all the time. To me, I don't really value that personally. I think if I was in adversity and hardship or I had to be a homeless person again, which I've done before, it's going to make me that much more grateful to be alive and connect me to people in my community more. But like, the more that I have comforts for myself, the more I withdraw into solitude and isolation. Whether I rationalize that because I'm writing a book or doing my blog site, whatever, I'd love to have a community of friends, and so I'm starting to build now. It was getting really better, like way better when I was allowed to go to the kava bar. But now I'm not allowed to go there anymore. So I can't see that it was anything I did personally, but it could be a reason for me to start to work on myself even more than I already have. I can't change other people. If there's something that made me get kicked out of like half a dozen places in town, I'm not allowed to attend. Maybe I could learn to do whatever needs to be done so that I'm not kicked out of places like that anymore. Honestly, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I'm in the country and I'm from the city. I'm from the north and I'm in the south. I'm a brutally honest person. And people in the south don't like that. They like people that are just fake and like to tell jokes all the time and make people tell them what they want to hear. I'm just never going to be that person. I don't want to be that person. So if I could like learn to shut up and just listen to certain people and I can profile them to know that they're the ones that I can't speak the truth to and learn to use more restraint, maybe that'd be a good move in my life to develop more maturity so that I can learn to not upset people and ruffle their feathers and find the people that I can connect with and learn how to tell who's who. That could be a good thing for me in my life. So I'm going to use all these opportunities as a chance to make myself a better person and try to attack people and bring them into court. Like, you need to let me go into this kava bar. It's not my fault. Or you need to give me my son. She's doing a bad job. I don't know if she's doing a bad job. She's self-educating him. He's homeschooled and she's got a really good strict diet that she's given to him. She's not letting him eat junk food. She's not letting him be indoctrinated. I couldn't have asked for a better thing. I just want to be able to be clued in on like where he's at and be able to talk to him. And so hopefully we're going to be able to work this out at some point. I think possibly get my parents involved with this would be a right way about going about it. And maybe that won't work. But there's going to be a
Yeah,
point where
brother.
I give in and go to the courts probably because I'm not going to stand by for this.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully you don't have to use the courts, but I mean, you wouldn't want to take him away from her. You just want to get your rights to speak to your son. That's all. That's all you're looking for, right? You're not looking to like take your son away from her or anything. You just want to be able to talk to him because he needs to have a relationship with his father while he's young. That's quite important for him, you know. And I'm sure that as a mother, she will be able to recognize this. But yeah, brother, it's been an absolutely awesome discussion. Thank you for sharing that with us. And, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe you want to speak to her family. Maybe you want to involve your family and her family and have a family conversation about what's best for your child, and should he be allowed to speak to his dad. And that can be productive, because she can get peer pressure from her family, if that makes sense, like to think about it and like what's right, what's best. And grandparents would probably understand these things better because they're older, right? They've been there, done it. They know what they're talking about experientially. But yeah, brother, I have faith that you can find a way to bridge this gap and make the situation better. My prayers will be with you, brother. And Cosmic, dear brother, we've been going for like 4.5 hours. We've gone half an hour over the 4-hour limits. Are there any last things you guys want to say on the table before we say goodnight to all the lovely people? And I hope you guys in the chat, I hope you guys have been enjoying the conversation. I hope you guys have got what you came for. And Cosmic, Indy, any last thoughts, shares?
I just want to thank you guys for a wonderful discussion on correspondences earlier. I wasn't able to follow along that well because I was a bit distracted over here. But I wanted to just thank you guys about going into the elemental correspondences. That's an awesome discussion. And I'm going to definitely go back and listen in on some more of that, take some notes and stuff. I wish I was more involved. I know you and Zerloth were just going back and forth. I was letting you guys do your thing. It's great having Zerloth on the show. Thank you, Zerloth, for being here today. And it's good to have more perspective and another face on the show to bring more wisdom to us. So I just want to thank Zerloth and everybody out in the chats, and Cosmic and Franklin as well, of course.
Om Shanti, dear brother. Thank you. And Cosmic, I don't know if Cosmic's off eating a sandwich. No, there we go. There's Cosmic.
Yeah, I think I've said what I needed to say for today. I can't think of anything off the top of the head that I want to bring up at the moment.
I did want to say one more thing. That diagram that you made, Franklin, that is pure fire. Yeah, I found that. I got pictures of it. I shared it onto the Facebook. I love that, man. That's the kind of thing, that's the kind of life work that I've been trying to do. Integration of multiple different systems. And the 3 circles to me is like the Dantians from Taoism. There's like 3 Dantians. So you got it all in there. I was trying to think if there's any system of 5 that I could put into that. That's what I'm trying to clue into that. And I don't know where I can get a system of 5, but I'm brainstorming on that. But that's freaking awesome right there.
There is a system of 5.
What's the system of 5? That's what I need to
Can
know.
you see it?
No.
Look, you got the blue circle, the yellow circle, the red circle, and then you've got the eye between the blue and yellow, and the eye between the blue and yellow.
Yeah, good call. Perfect. There it is.
So that is essentially a system of 5. I forgot to mention it. This encodes 5 into it as well. Yes, it does. Definitely.
Sweet. That's awesome. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually do have a point because you just bring this up, because I've been thinking about, the whole idea of like that when you get to a certain threshold in Zarfexology. So I've really tried to figure out for a long time in my practice, what is the distinction between a Zerfax and a Zarfex? So the idea of a Zerfax is that it's essentially a singular sort of experience bubble, right? But I always figured, like, what is a Zarfex? Is it just a really big Zerfax that's just really like a lot, really multifaceted? And I realized that a Zarfex can't be quantified. So the idea is that when infinity reaches a certain threshold, it transcends the concept of quantification. Because I asked this question about that because I'm like, because they're with my Zarfexology and all the Zerfaxes, they have sort of maps about how Zarfexes are function. The idea is that a Zarfex is basically for like our dimension is like 16 of these like physical Zerfaxes. And I'm asking Sliz is like, well, how do you know this number, was correct? And she basically kind of showed from this sort of non-quantifiable perspective that whatever number you are going to use to try to understand the dimensional matrix of existence, like as long as you kind of include all the data, you're going to get the same approximate sort of understanding of the concept. So whether you divide reality into 4s, 5s, 10s, 72s, that as long as there's a kind of a understanding of like symmetry and cohesion, that regardless of whatever number system you use to understand reality, you're eventually going to come up with the same sort of observations and understandings about existence. So I've been thinking about this idea that, because I was thinking about, like, I used to kind of be with, my practice that I'd say, I'm sort of a critic of oneness, and I'm into this idea of two-ness, that the universe is two. But Sliz has kind of like, corrected me on that. And she's basically telling me that, like, that whole two-ness concept that I was talking to you about concept is just sort of a way for you to kind of understand this more deeper abstract concept, and that existence itself can't be quantified. The idea of saying it's 1, 2, 0 is like that what they're talking about is completely beyond that concept altogether. And that basically that quantity and quantifying reality is sort of the hallmark aspect of a solid Zarfax, is that because in a way it's like you think about like idealism, even from like a kind of a Hermetic or Vedic perspective, there is still a kind of a sense of a particleization, because materialism kind of sees everything as particles. But I realize that with numbers, just numbers themselves are like a kind of astral particle, in the sense that it's just like this very sort of like pure, refined thing. So I don't know. I just kind of wanted to bring that up because I'm thinking about, because like I was saying, talking about like, whether it's 4 or 5, and kind of what I've really found by doing Zarfaxology and kind of doing this sort of like, base 4 kind of system, is that regardless of what number system you're going to use, if you commit to that system and you're consistent with it, you're eventually going to come to the same understandings. You're going to kind of be able to approximate the sort of the same layout as other things, because that's why I kind of realized that a lot of the stuff I said, like you say, Bush Whisperer, seems to line up and correspond with other occult Western and Eastern systems, because in a lot of ways when I would put this together, I take the data from that into my considerations. Like, okay, we consider that this is how these people believe reality exists. This is how these people believe it. And I take that understanding and kind of come up with a generalized theory based on all of that. So the idea is that there's this concept of the Zerfax called the Zith, which is basically kind of like a letter Z. And I'm like, and the distinction between the Zerfax of Theou, which is kind of like a T. And it's interesting because we're talking about masculinity earlier, and they have like idea that there's the 4 masculine Zerfax of masculinity, and there's the 4 gate Zerfaxes of femininity. And Theou is kind of like a counterfeit, version of like a lower Zerfax that tries to be kind of a higher masculine Zerfax. And she's telling me that Theou kind of represents that macho, masculine sort of like man. And I'm kind of having this conversation, like, with sort of this divine, feminine entity that I speak to, and talk about the difference between the masculine Zith and the feminine O. And she's kind of telling me that Zith doesn't necessarily mean that ultra divine masculine. It's like something that's undefinable and it's mysterious. I mean, I'm going off on a lot of tangents here, and that's kind of what I usually do. But I guess the point is that at a meta level, you start to realize that numbers are more qualitative and subjective at a certain level of dimensional space, whereas in this solid Zarfax, our existence kind of defined by numbers and quantification. So I've been like exploring this idea of going beyond the quantitative, and by going beyond the quantitative, you start to realize that, you don't have to have so much anxiety about the kind of numerological system that you use, because they're basically just kind of like roadmaps and sort of like a lens that you can use, a programming language that you can help understand reality. But if you think about like programming languages for like computer code, like C++, Python, just for like computer stuff, that they're different programming languages that ultimately create programs and thus have the same function. So, really the interesting thing about numbers is more of the psychological dimension of what that says about the belief system. But really, regardless of what numbers you use, you're eventually going to come to the same realizations.
Yeah, man, brother. I think that's a good place to leave it. And, you'll notice here, the left-hand side is the numbers. The right-hand side is more about qualities. You notice the left-hand side is about numbers, and so it relates to, potential, form, space, limitation. These are objective things, like you're talking about quantifiable things. Then you look at the right-hand side, and there's no numbers, and it's like inspiration, intuition, memory. These are not quantifiable, are they? Imagination, will, desire, sensation. They're not really quantifiable. So I've sort of taken into account what you're saying here with the astral versus the etheric. One's quantifiable, one's not. One's more about qualities. But you're right, the whichever numbers you operate with. I've used the base number 3 just because 3 is the base number from shamanism and always seems to be relevant, and the triple goddess and the Trinity, and it seems to be foundational to just about every system. And then from the 3, it's worked its way up to the 7 and the 5, and the 9 is where the numbers start, the numerations, like the enneagram. But yeah, man, I'm sending you all so much love and so much blessings. I hope you guys enjoyed the show, and look forward to the next one. Everybody that's been in the chat, so much love. It's been an honor. Cosmic, thank you for sharing your insight. Indy, thank you for sharing your insight and your heart. And thank you, Zerilat, for sharing your insights. Big love to Zerilat. I hope he's enjoying his metal concert. Peace and harmony to everybody. Gaz, hope you're good. Rebecca, much love. Who is that? D-Love. Will I make a post of these, please? Yes, I'm definitely going to make a post. I'm actually going to make a whole video that's going to really break down a lot of this as well. But definitely will. Vincent, namaste, big love. Gaz. To everybody else that's been in the chat every day, big love. Take it easy, keep it sweet, keep smiling. Howard, out tuition. Yeah, man. Have an absolutely awesome weekend. I hope you enjoy whatever you're calling this, whether you're calling it Easter, whether you're calling it the the estrogen festival, whether you're at home keeping the bedroom warm, or whether you're out there doing whatever it is you're doing. Take care, enjoy, and big love, peace, honor, and respect. Om Shanti to everybody. Thank you.
Blessed be. Happy Ostara.
Happy Ostara.